Hey there YouTube lovers, my name is BB8 and today I am going to rank every single Walt Disney Animation Studios movie from worst to best. After doing a 7-month-long marathon of the entire Disney canon, I thought I may as well take my knowledge of each movie and rank them from worst to best. The main reason I actually did the marathon was 1, to make this video, and 2, because I was on a quest to find out what the worst Disney movie of all time is. And this was really tricky, because Disney have rolled out tons of masterpieces, but there's also some garbage in their catalogue that we need to get through. This was a tricky video to make, but after going through them all, sorting out the order of the films on Letterboxd, because I may be biased with a few films, and that is how I found the bottom slot on this list. But I didn't restrict myself to only their most iconic movies, like The Lion King, Frozen, or Moana. I went through their entire history, meaning movies like Bolt, Meet the Robinsons, and Chicken Little have made the list. But just before we get into the ranking itself, I just want to clarify a few films before people ask why they are not on the list. The Nightmare Before Christmas, Valiant, The Wild, Frankenweenie, A Goofy Movie, Planes, and the Tinkerbell movies are not eligible for this list. Neither are the direct-to-video sequels from the late 90s to early 2000s. This list includes the 63 theatrical Disney movies and the one that did not release in theaters because of COVID-19, Raya and The Last Dragon. This is going to be a long video, so before we actually get to the masterpieces, we have to get through some slop, which Walt Disney Animation Studios has more of than Pixar, since not that many movies on this list I would consider bad, but they do have more bad movies than Pixar. So, without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? So, the main question I've been waiting to figure out the entire marathon is, what is the worst Disney movie? Truly deciding the bottom slot was not easy, and as much as I love Disney, it had to be someone. So, what is the worst Disney movie? It's Dinosaur. This was a movie I thought was more empty than all over terrible. The story follows dinosaurs migrating to the nesting grounds, and there isn't really much to the plot other than that, which it doesn't even serve a purpose and doesn't provide a sense of where the story wants to go. And a massive problem I had with Dinosaur was its characters, because Aladar and the rest of the characters feel hollow, with little development going around. Major moments, which are supposed to keep me emotionally invested, just didn't, because unlike Tadashi in Big Hero 6 and Chief Benja in Raya and the Last Dragon, we don't get a brief sense on how the asteroid strike earlier on in the movie affects Aladar as a character, which after that they don't bring up the asteroid strike for the rest of the movie, unlike good movies like Hero in Big Hero 6 and Raya and the Last Dragon, where we actually see a key event show impact to their characters. Dinosaur probably has some of the most forgettable dialogue in all of Disney, because even with some Disney films I dislike but are later on this list, I can usually remember at least one quote or an interaction between characters. But honestly, the only thing I remembered was when the bloomin' love monkey opened its mouth. The pacing does not help with this movie either, because the movie feels like it drags on for too long, since it feels like long scenes of dinosaurs walking from one place to another, and I found myself checking the runtime a lot as I was watching this, because I felt bored watching Dinosaur. I'm not literally joking. I can visually appreciate how groundbreaking Dinosaur must have looked for 2000, but honestly, the CGI aged pretty horribly, with the dinosaurs feeling like they don't blend in with the live-action environments, and the character designs looking like some of the most ugly I've seen in Disney, to the point where I could say that Happy Feet is a better-looking movie than Dinosaur. Dinosaur is not my least favorite Disney film because it made me angry, since films like The Black Cauldron, Home on the Range, and Brother Bear made me feel something, negative or positive. But what really puts Dinosaur at 64 is that this is a film where I felt nearly nothing. Outside of the score by James Newton Howard, Dinosaur absolutely had nothing to latch onto. It's dull, it's forgettable, and I can't accurately call Dinosaur a bad movie because I didn't feel anything watching it. Okay, so for those who didn't know, during 1985, Disney was on the verge of bankruptcy because of the release of an animated movie that they rolled out that year, which this film didn't get a VHS release until 1997, apparently, which is embarrassing for this film since it bombed hard at the box office on release, which nearly put Disney out of business, and since then has gathered a cult following, and some people actually really like it. But unfortunately, I'm not one of those people. The Black Cauldron is the lowest rated film on the whole list. I can actually say I felt something watching it, even if it was the feeling of Gurgi highly frustrating me. The Black Cauldron did make a lot of questionable decisions in both its plot and its characters. The film does try to tell a dark fantasy adventure, which definitely does sound something right up my alley, but the overall story is an absolute mess as it doesn't make the stakes clear. The world building is shallow, and the plot feels like a series of events leading to the ending, which is resolved in the most easy and pathetic way I have seen in an animated movie, because for the titular object, the Black Cauldron, not that much is done with it until the final act of the movie. My biggest issue with the Black Cauldron overall is its characters, since Tehran spends most of the movie talking about becoming a hero, but not once in the entire runtime does he achieve anything worthy of that title. Not to mention that Tehran is Disney's stupidest protagonist, since he had an important job at watching a pig, but daydreams about being a hero, which leads the pig to wander off and be captured by the Horned King, which we will get to him. Gurgi probably has to be the worst character in Disney as a whole, because in the climax, he makes every other character seem useless. And the only time I felt any bit of joy watching the Black Cauldron was the scene where he sacrificed himself. The Horned King looks like a threatening villain, but despite his design, he never does anything I can say is threatening, and ends up being defeated in the most pathetic way that a Disney villain can, with just a kick. Like, not to mention, the level of stupidity of this movie's characters also applies to the Horned King. Like, did he even consider that anyone would jump into the Black Cauldron, like, if he left it unattended? And he doesn't react quickly enough to do anything about it. Like, I think you get the idea by now. Every character in the Black Cauldron is a complete idiot, to the point where I can say the pig is the smartest character, as he refused to give his vision to the Horned King. But if I can give the Black Cauldron one compliment, it had to be the animation. since some of the work done here is impressive, such as the glowing effects, smoke effects, and the Army of the Dead, despite not actually doing much. Even though the backgrounds just came out as plain, the animation is just like the best thing I can say about this movie as a whole. Unfortunately, this is not enough to save the Black Cauldron from bad writing, and I can definitely see how this is the film that nearly bankrupted Disney upon release. But it's better than Dinosaur because I still felt something watching it. This one kind of stings because this is a film I actually liked as a kid, which probably has been the case for many people. And even with its defenders, a lot of its flaws feel more exposed now than during childhood. I really wanted to prove everyone wrong about this movie on rewatch, but it just came out as bad on the rewatch as everyone had been saying it is. And you can probably guess which movie this is. It's Chicken Little. This is a film many people would have expected me to rank this low on the list, but it's spared bang on last for a few reasons. First of all, Chicken Little is such a mess in the story department to the point where the film itself didn't know what story it was telling. Since the first half was about Chicken Little trying to redeem himself after embarrassing himself in front of the town, while the other half is about aliens. They don't even interact with each other at all, and feels like one plotline is abandoned for the next, which does make Chicken Little feel unfocused. The humour has not aged well at all, since there are so many jokes related to the pop culture, and jokes that may seem random, which does feel 2000s rooted. And honestly, if Chicken Little came out in 2026, the humour would have been a lot worse. On top of that, the world building makes no sense, because how are fish supposed to get on with their lives without water? Especially pufferfish people. The pacing is all over the place, with chunks of the runtime feeling like filler before the alien invasion stuff kicks in. And Chicken Little tries so hard to be relatable because of Chicken Little's arc with his father, but is never fully developed, which is what makes the moments that attempt to be emotional stick out like a sore thumb. The cast doesn't add much either, since most of the characters are just a checklist of different stereotypes that should be included in an animated movie. Like, the short guy, the ugly girl, the fat guy, and the mute guy. Which, outside of the main characters, everyone in Okiokes is just a jerk that I couldn't even stand seeing any of them on screen. Kirby was innocent in all of this. What Kirby is to this movie is what Percy and the Hummingbird are to Pocahontas. Other than that, the voice acting is okay, and some licensed music can be a bit enjoyable, but the way they are used does make it feel forced. In terms of visuals, Chicken Little has some of the most awkward looking characters that, compared to everything that Walt Disney Animation Studios came out with after Chicken Little, it just doesn't blend in well with Disney, since the characters to me look more DreamWorks coded than Disney coded. Like they came out of Madagascar, you know, an actually good movie. Chicken Little is not entirely devoid of quality, since it has two scenes I still found pretty funny. Particularly the scene where Runt rolls down the hill and Runt punches the vending machine. But overall, Chicken Little was probably the film that disappointed me the most on rewatch, since it was a childhood favourite, which ended up being a movie that did not hold up at all. Before starting the marathon, there was one particular era in Disney I was not looking forward to watching. The wartime anthology era, which consists of 6 package films that Disney produced during World War II to keep them afloat during the war, for when it ended, they can get to work on the movies they actually wanted to make, which was a valid practice. But yeah, there were 2 films from this era that was so difficult to sit through, to the point I couldn't figure out which one was worse. Make My Music or Fun and Fancy Free. I ended up landing on Fun and Fancy Free, as the worst of the package movies. Fun and Fancy Free is not enjoyable to watch in modern day, because actually experiencing this was a struggle. The Bongo the Bear segment was difficult to get through, thanks to its characters being lifeless and nothing interesting really happening here. And do I have to mention that the concept of slapping your partner aged horribly? Because clearly, people in the 1940s thought this was okay to put in a Disney film. The Mickey and the Beanstalk segment is the strongest segment of the two, but to get to that, I have to get through the tedious intermission with the live-action actor and his puppets. The biggest highlight of Fun and Fancy Free was Willie the Giant, because he was more entertaining than the film itself. It does have some expressive animation, which does hold up well for the 1940s, but character-wise, there isn't much to say, as most of the cast feels forgettable outside of the ones that you come to know and are iconic to the Disney brand. The music was decent, but didn't stick with me after finishing this movie. And overall, Fun and Fancy Free was one I felt like taking a break watching, but only one movie in the entire marathon took me 2 seconds to finish, but it is later on the list. The movie didn't have much entertainment value, which I can still appreciate how the wartime anthology films helped Disney survive during the war. For films like Cinderella, despite not being a big fan of the original, Alice in Wonderland, and Peter Pan. But in terms of overall quality, Fun and Fancy Free is just bad. Before I started the marathon, one thing that really surprised me is how one of the 64 films was left out of Disney Plus entirely. This is yet again another wartime package film, and while Fun and Fancy Free has at least one segment that's enjoyable than everything else, this film felt more like a collection of shorts where I wanted it to be over so bad, and was the second to last movie I ended up watching for this entire marathon. Make Mine Music. I'm gonna say this a lot throughout the ranking, but I did not like the wartime anthology films at all, to the point where I was gonna leave them out of the marathon entirely, but the rule said all 64 needed to be watched with no skips. But unlike Fantasia, where the anthology format actually has a purpose, most of the segments in Make Mine Music just feel forgettable. The film does have a few segments I actually liked, such as the magical pencil, the two hats that fell in love, and the whale segment at the end, which had to be the 3 segments I enjoyed the most, but everything else was just forgettable. I found myself bored during a majority of these segments, particularly in Peter and the Wolf and the baseball segment, which they felt like they dragged on for too long. The music was functional enough, but not enough to stick with me. The animation does show that there is some talent to show at Disney, but the quality varies in each segment. Overall, Make Mine Music is just another package film that fails to justify its runtime, to the point where the ads I watched during the movie, since I watched this movie through a YouTube playlist, were more entertaining than the actual film itself. It's better than Fun and Fancy Free, because it didn't have the tedious live-action segment with the puppets. There are some Disney movies where I could actually see the vision for a film that could have been great, because believe it or not, I actually was convinced this was gonna be good from the first 30 minutes. But after one plot point, it all fell apart, and that film is Brother Bear. Brother Bear does have a strong opening, which introduces Kenai and his brothers with their relationships that are put in really well, and sets the foundation for the story effectively, which for the first 25 minutes, I generally thought that Brother Bear was actually going to be an underrated gem. But unfortunately, once Kenai transforms into the bear, this is where the movie rapidly falls apart. The story takes us in the most predictable direction, with a lot of emotional moments I wasn't able to take seriously, like the one moment where Kenai tells Coda that, as a human, he killed his mother. But I couldn't take that scene seriously because of the awful ballad that played over the song. Like, imagine in Wreck-It Ralph, where Ralph literally told Vanellope that she couldn't race. But take that awful ballad they played, Brother Bear, that's how it undercuts a very serious moment. And by the way, Wreck-It Ralph actually executed it a lot better, so yeah, ignore the Wreck-It Ralph comparison for 1 second. The biggest issue of the movie is that the middle feels like it goes on for too long, with characters such as the Moose Duo and other animal characters feeling as if they don't add much to the overall plot and hold it back from even going anywhere, which does make Brother Bear overall distracting from the plot. And while Kenai does start compelling, it heavily relies on cliches that other Disney films did way better, and Coda can be cute at times. In terms of the music, the score by Mark Mancina is the strongest compliment I can actually give to Brother Bear. But the Phil Collins music does get progressively worse as the movie progresses. Unlike the Tarzan songs, which You'll Be in My Heart and Strangers Like Me are all on par with each other. And the animation looks really good, with the Northern Lights, environments, and the spirits making the movie look beautiful. I can sort of see what Disney wanted to do with Brother Bear, and I can see why people do enjoy this, but I can't really say I'm a fan of Brother Bear, to be fair. The foundation was there for a good movie, but the slow pacing, predictable plot, and underdeveloped characters made this an underwhelming mess. At this point in the ranking, I don't necessarily think that we're in disaster territory anymore, because unlike the films that ranked below this one, but now we have entered the territory of films that still bored me or left me slightly annoyed. And the next movie is a perfect example of that. And yes, it is still bad, but slightly better than the films that ranked below it. Because I expected this to be a part of the bottom 5, which, yeah, having 4 films from the 2000s in the bottom 10 is quite embarrassing. Because this is a film that didn't know how much comedy was too much comedy, and that was Home on the Range. Home on the Range does use a simple save the farm plot, and while there isn't anything wrong with that plot, the execution is what wanted me to turn it off. The biggest issue with Home on the Range is the excessive slapstick, and it feels like every scene is trying to be funny or get a reaction out of me. And because of that, Home on the Range becomes exhausting. I couldn't get invested in the story or the stakes because the slapstick was a huge distraction. Home on the Range does have a few elements of quality, such as the animation looking solid and the character animation is at least expressive, even if that is where most of the film's attempted humour goes. The minecart chase scene towards the end was a scene I actually did enjoy, but the 3 lead cows were not interesting, with no chemistry at all. But Buck the Horse and Slim were enjoyable to watch when they were present. The music is another area I did consider to be a mixed bag, because the Western-inspired score is really good, but Slim's song has to be the worst song in all of Disney, to the point I really wanted to skip Home on the Range entirely and move on to whichever film landed on the wheel next. Home on the Range is not a complete train wreck like I expected, but does become exhausting pretty quickly thanks to the slapstick, bland characters, and generic plot. It does have a few moments I found enjoyable and solid animation, but not enough to spare it from 58th place. This next film makes me wonder why Disney would actually go ahead and waste such a famous legend, but spends so little time on the thing that the movie is actually named after. And I knew going in that this film's reputation was mixed, but I was not prepared for how directionless this film was. And that is the The Sword and the Stone. The Sword and the Stone is one of those movies that feels less like an actual plot, but rather than a series of events that are connected with each other. And my biggest issue with that is that the film doesn't ever feel like it's building towards a goal, since Arthur spends most of the runtime following Merlin lesson to lesson with little to no progression for any of the characters, with the sword itself not becoming relevant until the ending. And for a movie called The Sword and the Stone, you would expect the sword to have at least played a major role in the story, but was absent from the opening until the last 5 minutes. The movie does have charming things in it, like Merlin the Wizard is fun to watch, and the duel between Merlin and Madame Mim towards the end of the movie was mainly entertaining thanks to how wacky the shape-shifting fight can get. But there were moments I did enjoy in The Sword and the Stone, but many of the scenes did feel like filler than rather serving anything to the actual plot. Visually, the artwork is nice and fits well with the setting, but the biggest problem here is that the character movement is clunky and looks like something you would see out of a CDI Zelda cutscene. The score does sell the overall medieval setting, even with forgettable songs, but as of the characters, Arthur is pretty bland, and it's mainly Merlin who does most of the talking. The Sword and the Stone was not a movie I loathed, but I do see where the production in this film was rushed, because of the clunky animation, the lack of focus, and a bland protagonist. It's a better fantasy movie than The Black Cauldron, because at least the characters and Madame Mim are not low IQ like the Horned King is. There are Disney films that are controversial because of poor quality. Some because of tonal whiplash, and some because of how its source material is handled. And this next film sits in quite a strange spot, because I can see what the film they tried to achieve, and this was a Disney film that was designed to be Oscar bait. No, it's not Wish, but this movie is the only in the entire marathon that took me 2 sittings to finish, because I was close to falling asleep halfway through the movie, and while it is visually consistent with the rest of the Disney Renaissance, it has to be the worst film to have come out in one of Disney's most famous eras, and that is Pocahontas. Pocahontas was honestly so boring, I found it difficult to even sit through at all. The film tries so hard to present a serious romance, but it feels more like a simplified and heavily romantic version of the real events that it's adapting, rather than making a story that is compelling. The biggest issue with the plot is the romance between Pocahontas and John Smith, which to me didn't really feel believable, because they met too late in the movie, with little to no development. And unlike a few films later on the list, the chemistry just isn't there for either characters. The pacing drags hard, with the scenes feeling like they are building to something, but don't actually really go anywhere that progresses the plot. And the characters mainly had to be a weak point for me, because Pocahontas doesn't feel like a compelling character at all, while John Smith doing certain things and the film handling his arc does not latch on emotionally. The main villain is underwhelming because he does not feel like a threat to our main characters, and his only motivation is gold. That's it. The animal characters did end up being more enjoyable than every other character in this movie. But where Pocahontas does get something right is within its visuals and its music. The animation is gorgeous, with some strong backgrounds to complement the visuals quite well. Even with awful character designs for the humans, it still looks good visually. The musical sequences are well staged, but the music itself is inconsistent in overall quality. Like, Colors of the Wind stands out, but other than that, every other song in Pocahontas is forgettable very quickly after the end of the movie. The voice acting does function, but is not strong enough to make this movie engaging. In the end, only 2 films from the Disney Renaissance did not make the top half of the list. But Pocahontas at least attempted to be serious, but it never fully came together in a way I can enjoy it. Outside of the animation, Pocahontas came out as the only bad movie in the Disney Renaissance. We have officially left the bad territory, and now we move on to the mediocre movies. Yep, there are only 9 of the 64 I consider to be bad. Well, not Dinosaur though, because that was pretty empty. But back to it. Some Disney films can be interesting, not because of their ambition, but how it feels heavily disconnected from its source material that it's trying to adapt. And I didn't even know this was an adaptation before actually watching this. Because this next film, I was expecting to be a unique twist on a famous story by Charles Dickens, but came out as a product that doesn't even resemble what story Charles Dickens was trying to tell. Not in the story, not in the music, and even its characters. It's a film where I could see some aspects of it working, but didn't come together as a good movie, and that is Oliver and Company. Believe it or not, this is an adaptation of Oliver Twist, or that's at least what it's supposed to be. But in execution, it feels more like a movie about cats and dogs going around 1980s New York with little connection to the source material. And the biggest issue for me is the lack of direction, as it mostly moves from one event to the next, without much to the story. And the pacing is a big issue because of that. Important characters like Jenny feel like they came in too late to really have anything to do with the plot, which only adds to the feeling that they are rushing out ideas without giving the film enough time to develop them. Where the movie heavily struggles is with its characters, since Oliver, Dodger, and the rest of the characters can be fun, but none of them were deep enough to make the story compelling. Sykes was an underwhelming villain, which, like in Pocahontas, is heavily driven by money and has little charm to him outside of that, and because of the shallow characters, any attempts of emotional or comedic moments did not land for me. That said, Oliver and Company does have compliments, which the animation does hold up well, even as the final Disney film before The Little Mermaid saved Disney. And the character animations, as well as the New York backgrounds, were well drawn. The music also was a highlight, with Why Should I Worry by Billy Joel being a banger, and is probably the best way to actually experience the movie. Like, the best way to actually experience Oliver and Company is the jazz score is good at selling the New York. The jazz score is good at selling New York as a setting, even with an underwhelming plot and characters. But in the end, Oliver and Company was just about spared from being a bad movie. But it is one I find to be underwhelming, thanks to its characters, its lack of focus, but it's not really a Disney movie you're missing out on, to be honest. Just go listen to Why Should I Worry, and do not consume the movie. We are officially back to the wartime anthology movies, and this is where the structure itself becomes a massive barrier when it comes to actually enjoying the movie. Because it feels like an 80-minute long history or geography lesson rather than an actual movie. And that is why it was so hard to sit through. And the Three Caballeros was the answer to that. The Three Caballeros is another hard one to sit through because it barely has a traditional plot. Because instead, it's a series of events which include Donald Duck, Jose, and Panchito exploring Mexico and Brazil, with no progression connecting everything together, with each scene feeling like a reset of what came before it, which the Three Caballeros was hard to follow because of it. There are still some compliments worth bringing up, such as the animation being impressive for the time, especially with a few creative sequences, such as a neon-inspired sequence, glowing effects, and the firework ball, which are all compelling to look at. There is strong chemistry between Donald Jose and Panchito, but with no character development, they're just fun to watch, but not enough to carry the movie. The music does do a decent job at showing the culture variety, even with no memorable songs. But the live-action integration does not hold up very well, because sequences such as the Bayer segment make the combination of animation and live-action feel artificial, with them being compromised when blending them in to real-life footage. I can appreciate the efforts of what they try to do visually, but it came more distracting than immersive. I can still recognize the strengths of the Three Caballeros, such as the animation, the culture variety, and the character chemistry, which is why it ranks higher than Make My Music and Fun and Fancy Free, but as a full film, it doesn't work for me. There are Disney films that are messy in a way that do feel chaotic, but at least something you can remember for years to come, while others feel messy in a way that make you feel disconnected from the movie entirely. And this movie sits in this next category. And while I did already discuss this in my 2020s Disney ranking before, it was a little worse on rewatch, because not only did it feel like I watched the movie for the first time, but also wastes a strong foundation and an interesting concept, and that is Strange World. Because people would have expected me to have ranked this in the bottom 10, but the reason Strange World was spared was because it did have interesting ideas within the generational conflict between Searcher and Jaeger Clade with the exploration of Avalonia, but in execution, it feels like it's trying to do too much without giving each plotline enough to work with. The story juggles around saving Pando, dealing with family misfunction, and exploring the strange world itself, which none of them feel connected towards the end, which even with the plot twist, which was interesting, ends up feeling as if it was underdeveloped. The biggest issue for me is that any moment that attempted to be emotional didn't work for me. There are moments that clearly show they wanted to be heartfelt, particularly in the scenes between the family members, but feel more like checkpoints to the actual story than arcs that pay off. The world building was not that bad, and Avalonia was an interesting setting, but doesn't feel as if they did an awful lot, like how Raya and the Last Dragon fully used Kamandra to its story's advantage. But Avalonia feels like it exists alongside the plot, rather than doing something for it. Visually, the movie still looks really good in animation quality, lighting, and creature design, with some creative bioorganisms living within the strange world, but the constant pink and green colour palettes throughout the strange world do start to get repetitive after a while, and the character designs do not blend in with the Disney style like other recent Disney films like Moana, Encanto, or Raya and the Last Dragon. The voice acting here was still solid, with Jake Gyllenhaal, Dennis Quaid, and Lucy Liu being standouts, even attached to forgettable characters. I still consider Strange World to be the weakest release from Walt Disney Animation Studios, both in the 2020s and in the past 20 years, but still came out as mediocre on the rewatch. It took us a while to get to our first sequel on this list, but this one doesn't try to reinvent the formula from its predecessor. And even though I wasn't a big fan of the original either, this next film was the experience I was expecting. No, it's not Ralph Breaks the Internet. No, it's not Frozen 2 or even Moana 2, but instead a sequel coming from the Disney Renaissance of all eras. But like Moana 2, this one feels like you just watched the same movie you already have before, and that is The Rescuers Down Under. The Rescuers Down Under uses a similar structure to the first Rescuers film from the 1970s, but it feels like a rehash of The Rescuers rather than a continuation of it. The main issue is that Bernard and Bianca don't even enter the scene until 20 minutes in, which feels strange because this movie has The Rescuers in the title, but once they enter the scene, it follows the same pattern the original did. Rescue the child from danger, which does make it feel predictable. The pacing is uneven, especially since the mission starts too quickly after Bernard and Bianca enter the scene, which didn't leave enough breathing room. Where the film is a step up is its animation, since the Australian outback has lots of variety in locations, and there is some creative uses in how the different creatures are used, such as a sugar glider as transport for our main characters, but the character animation is not as expressive as other Disney Renaissance movies. The flight sequence looks really cool, but not enough to spare everything else about this movie. The characters are another element of this movie that left me feeling mixed, since Bernard feels more confident here than he does in the first movie, and Wilbur, thanks to his performance from John Candy, is the standout. McLeach does work well as a villain and is entertaining whenever he's present on screen, but the rest of the supporting characters are just forgettable. The Rescuers Down Under feels as if it was a film that released in the era prior and not in the Renaissance era. It does make improvement on The Rescuers in some areas, but does suffer from a predictable story and forgettable characters. And the reason this is the second to worst Renaissance Disney film is because it doesn't fit in with everything else that came out during the Renaissance. This placement is one I know is going to be one of the most controversial in the whole ranking, because I know people have fond nostalgia for this movie, and I get why, since it has one of Disney's most romantic scenes of all time, and there are still elements I do enjoy, but when I actually watched this movie, this was one I found myself struggling to sit through. Thanks to a key issue in Disney's older works, a lack of focus. And Lady and the Tramp definitely meets that criteria. Lady and the Tramp, for me, is probably a movie I find more respectable than actually enjoyable. My biggest issue with this movie is that the story is unfocused for a film that is built around one of Disney's most famous romances. The first act mainly just consists of Lady adjusting to her life after her owners have a baby, which was not a bad setup, but this movie does take a long time to get into the relationship between Lady and Tramp. Even when they meet for the first time, they feel as if they jumped from one disconnected event to the next. And as a result, the story doesn't feel like it's building towards something in the final act. The romance itself is one of the stronger elements of the movie, since Lady and the Tramp do have solid chemistry with each other, especially with Lady's life as a house dog and Tramp's life as a stray, which makes for a natural relationship which does sell the spaghetti scene, which, to be fair, is the only thing people talk about when they bring up this movie. Like, they bring up the spaghetti scene, but whenever I get into a conversation about Lady and the Tramp, they don't talk about any other scene other than the spaghetti scene. Unfortunately, every other character didn't really leave that much for me. Aunt Sarah, in particular, is more frustrating than feeling like a threat to the other dogs. The film still looks great visually, with expressive animation, especially in the dogs, and voice acting that holds up well for a 1950s movie. And Bella Notte is easily the song that stands out to me, even if I don't remember most of the songs. Lady and the Tramp, while it can be charming with the romance and animation, as well as the iconic spaghetti scene, the lack of focus within the story and the uneven pacing made it difficult for me to rank this any higher than I actually did. People may consider this a classic, but for me, because people only talk about the spaghetti scene and nothing else, this is one of those Disney films I do see as slightly overrated. This next film is going to be quite a surprise for a few people, considering that we are talking about the sequel to one of Disney's biggest movies. This is going to be a controversial placement, mainly because I did rank this film lower than one of Disney's most controversial modern movies, which we will get to eventually. I did not enter the marathon expecting it to be in the bottom quarter, which I do remember enjoying parts of the film when it originally released, but on the rewatch, I realized that I couldn't remember most of this movie, and that is Frozen 2. Frozen 2 does have some good ideas presented here, but they never fully come together to provide a good movie. The opening does set up a mystery involving the spirits, the enchanted forest, and how Anna and Elsa's parents died, which, for a while, does feel like a sequel being built up to be something good, but unfortunately, once the characters reach the enchanted forest, this is where the movie starts to fall apart, because the story becomes messy and unfocused. The plot constantly goes between different characters and goals, which make the film bloated rather than focused. I do appreciate how this film expands on Anna and Elsa's parents, but the journey to get to those answers actually feels like a mess. The film's biggest strength is easily the visuals, since the environments, the lighting, and the elemental effects are impressive within the enchanted forest, with water effects, the musical sequences, despite being paired with forgettable songs. Olaf still remains the most entertaining character from the first movie, particularly in the scene when he recaps the first movie. Anna and Elsa do remain as strong as they were in the first movie, but the new characters are forgettable, apart from this little fire lizard. And unfortunately, Kristoff's subplot just feels like filler rather than adding to the actual story. The pacing was another big issue for me, since the first act does move through quite well, but the closer to the climax we get, the more rushed each idea gets. It doesn't help that each character arc feels rushed. The voice acting remains strong from the first movie, with returning voice actors, especially Josh Gad as Olaf. But if any performance stuck out like a sore thumb, it had to be Sterling K. Brown as this one guy whose name I can't be bothered googling. As for the music, it was a massive downgrade for the first movie. Because I had seen the first one so many times as a kid, and listening to the entire soundtrack on the drive to Disneyland Paris, I remember the songs more in the first Frozen than I do its sequel. Outside of Into the Unknown, everything musically just faded out of my brain pretty quickly. Overall, I don't necessarily think Frozen 2 is a bad movie. I just think it is a forgettable sequel in comparison to Frozen. It does have gorgeous looking visuals and good ideas sprinkled throughout, but a messy plot, uneven pacing, and forgettable characters are what prevent it from ranking any higher or on the highs of my favourites from the revival era, making this my least favourite film to have released in the 2010s decade. You all know by now that the wartime package movies were going to be some of the hardest to rank compared to every other Disney movie. Instead of featuring one story, they are collections of shorts that are stitched together and put in theatres. And it's rare that this structure works for me. But this next one, despite being the shortest in the entire Disney canon, it does have the higher bar compared to the Three Caballeros, Make My Music, and Fun and Fancy Free, and that is Saludos Amigos. Saludos Amigos, to me, didn't even feel like a traditional movie, because it feels more like a documentary-style travelogue with some animated shorts thrown in there, with little story connecting everything. The second and third segments were standouts, but everything else just felt like filler. The animation was the strongest aspect of the film, with expressive character animations, particularly in Pedro the Plane, the llama in the Donald segment, and Goofy in his short. They did do a better job with the character animations than they did in other wartime anthology films that ranked below this one, but the live action footage was a mixed bag. But the transitions between the live action and the animation were done quite well, even better than the Three Caballeros. Even if the documentary stuff didn't work for me, and there isn't much I can talk about in terms of characters either. Saludos Amigos still didn't work for me, but it was easier to sit through than some other package films, but thankfully there are only 2 more to talk about from the wartime era. It's more enjoyable to sit through than the Three Caballeros, Make My Music, and Fun and Fancy Free, but after all, still falls into the wartime anthology curse. I know there will be people upset by this next ranking, because we are talking about such an iconic Disney princess film, and this is a Disney film credited with saving Disney from the wartime anthology era, and became quite important on their catalogue. And while I do respect the legacy, I can't say I liked this one as much as most people seem to the point where I can say it's a rare Disney film where I actually do prefer its remake to the original, and that is Cinderella. This is a common issue I have had throughout the Silver Age of Disney, and this applies to Cinderella as well, and that is it's unfocused. The movie spends most of its runtime following the mice doing things, and they don't even become important until the end of the movie, where they have to free Cinderella from her bedroom to try the glass slipper on. But meanwhile, Cinderella feels like she's sidelined in her own movie, which the film does focus on her backstory early on in the movie, but doesn't do anything with it. The ball isn't mentioned until halfway into the movie, and the prince isn't even a character. You heard me. To qualify as a functional character, you need to have traits that are compelling and a personality that makes a character unique from the others. But the prince not being a character makes the romance underdeveloped. The runtime shouldn't have wasted its time dedicated to the mice. It should have focused on giving Cinderella more character, and the prince a character at all. The animation is pretty, with well-painted backgrounds and expressive animation on the mice and Lucifer the cat. The human animation was not quite there yet, but they did the best they could to animate them for the time it released. Lucifer the cat had to be the most entertaining thing to come out of Cinderella, and Lady Tremaine is functional enough, though she didn't feel threatening to Cinderella. Also, how can we don't talk about the fact the dog's name is Bruno? You get it. The music is the strongest thing in the movie, particularly in Bippity Boppity Boo, and the orchestral score does sell the setting of the movie quite well, and the voice acting is solid, particularly in Lady Tremaine, the king, and the mice, although I do think some vocal performances felt flat. To be honest, I don't dislike Cinderella. I do consider it to be an overrated classic, but if it wasn't for the runtime heavily focusing on the mice and not Cinderella herself, maybe the film could have ranked high. This next placement I know is probably going to cause a lot of disagreement. But when I told someone where I had ranked this movie, they literally told me I had done this movie dirty. But I can honestly understand why. This movie does have a fan base of its own, but unfortunately, I can't say that I had connected with this film like other Disney fans have seemed to. And that is Robin Hood. I do find Robin Hood to be a watchable movie, but not specifically a memorable one. The biggest issue for me is its story feels too simple. The various heists throughout the film were entertaining enough, but I wasn't invested in the heists outside of that. The film does have some charming dialogue to enjoy, and especially when Little John or Prince John are on screen. But compared to Tangled or Raya and the Last Dragon, it doesn't feel like it's deep enough in the writing department to justify ranking it any higher. The animation is another element of the movie I find mixed, which the artwork still looks good overall with loads of creative visual gags to enjoy, but it was easy to spot that some animation had been recycled from The Jungle Book, which did make a lot of scenes familiar. Even in the visual moments involving Prince John's snake companion and a few comedic scenes, the character designs do have the familiar storybook feel to them, even if some of the designs reminded me too much of Winnie the Pooh, especially in the rabbits and owls. The characters probably had to be the best aspect of the movie, since Prince John is a standout and steals every scene with him in it, paired with the chemistry of Sir Hiss, provides some funny moments with a great performance from Peter Ustinov. Robin Hood himself is likable enough, but I found him less memorable of a protagonist, and the romance didn't receive enough development. It was just thrown in there by the end. The soundtrack is functional enough, but not one of the most memorable soundtracks from Disney. Combined with its issues related to the pacing, Robin Hood is probably a middle ground movie for me compared to everyone else. It's not bad, and there was never a point in the movie where I felt like turning it off, but there wasn't much I latched onto after watching this movie. Finally, we have reached a point where we can stop calling these movies either bad or mid. We have finally entered the okay territory. But that doesn't mean I loved everything from this point onwards. But these are a few films where the positives actually outweigh the negatives, instead of the other way round or equally. We are not done covering the anthology era just yet. And to my surprise, as much as I struggled with this era of Disney, this one was actually okay in The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. Out of all the package films, this is one of the two that actually came close to working. Although this one is carried by the Mr. Toad segment, which generally I did enjoy his half of the movie, which, yeah, it was simple, but Mr. Toad's story was entertaining with a good pace, following Mr. Toad as he tries to get his name cleared after being framed and has to escape prison. The sequences in the courtroom and the prison escape are some of the most enjoyable scenes in the anthology era, with Mr. Toad, Mole, Rat, and Badger having fun chemistry with each other. And because of this, if I was able to rank individual segments in the package films instead of the full package themselves, the Mr. Toad half would easily make the top half of the list. But as a package though, is held back by the Ichabod Crane segment. The biggest issue of the movie is simply that Ichabod was not a compelling character and unlikable, as he comes out as someone who is selfish, which made it difficult for me to actually care about Ichabod as a character. The plot in Ichabod's half was not engaging either, as Ichabod tries so hard to get Katrina to like him, which I found myself more invested in the Mr. Toad half than the Ichabod half. The animation is expressive, with well-staged action scenes, and unlike the other wartime anthology films, the live-action stuff actually blends here. The narration fits surprisingly well, the songs are not memorable, but they and the score do a solid job at contributing to this package, even if Ichabod's half was bad. The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad is like two experiences in one. Fun with Mr. Toad's half, and boredom with Ichabod's half. Surely this would be enough to make this the best wartime anthology film, right? Well, there is one other wartime anthology film that ranks above it, but we will get there. This next movie isn't one I can say I loved, but even with its fan base, I still enjoyed another mouse-led Disney movie, which is later on the list, a lot better. And coming up next, it's The Rescuers. The Rescuers was an okay Disney movie, but never gone beyond that. The story itself was enjoyable enough, with Bernard and Bianca going on a mission to rescue Penny from Madame Medusa, and I was invested in the structure of the mission, but the pacing holds it back for me, because once we get to the swamp, it spends a majority of the runtime there, which does make it feel repetitive. One thing that the film does right is its charm, since Bernard and Bianca's dynamic is sweet, and while lacking in development, their chemistry makes it easy to root for them. Penny was probably the character I cared about the most, and Orville was a standout whenever he was on screen. Madame Medusa functions enough as a villain, but isn't really memorable. The movie does look good for this era of Disney, with the storybook aesthetic to it, and even if the edges can get rough, the artwork is great. The voice acting does blend in really well, even though some performances can be less energetic than later Disney movies. And the score isn't one of Disney's most memorable, but does help to maintain what the movie is going for. The Rescuers, while I'm not a big fan of this film or its sequel, it has likable characters and a functional enough plot to keep it enjoyable. It's not on the heights of Disney's all-time greats, but at least it gets more right than it does wrong. But if I was asked which Disney film I would pick out of The Great Mouse Detective or The Rescuers, The Great Mouse Detective is easily my pick. Before I reveal what this next movie is, there is something I need to address. Back when this movie first came out, the internet just decided it was the biggest disappointment in all of Disney, which everywhere I looked, it was getting slammed. And on release, I just thought it was decent. But on rewatch, just like Strange World, it was a little bit worse, but nowhere near as bad as people say it is. But I do see some of its flaws on the rewatch, which it may come as a massive shocker that I ranked 20 movies below this one, and that is Wish. I hadn't watched Wish since seeing it in the cinemas, and was knocked down a little bit on the rewatch. The story is not perfect, but I found more to enjoy than hate in this movie. The first act does take a while to get the story going, but it does a solid job at explaining how the Kingdom of Rosas works, and establishing the message about the importance of a wish. The second act had to be my favourite of the movie, especially within the mission to obtain the wish of Asha's grandfather before it's too late. But the third act is where it started to fall apart for me, since it relies so much on prior Disney knowledge and nostalgia, which does become distracting from the actual story. I did like the ideas in Wish, but if it focused more on developing its ideas further than just being a celebration of Disney's past, it would have worked a lot better. The biggest strength of the movie had to be its art direction, with its watercolor-inspired art style. It doesn't take stylism as an advantage to the story, unlike some films either Sony Animation or DreamWorks have put out recently, like Spider-Man Into and Across the Spider-Verse, The Mitchells vs. the Machines, K-Pop Demon Hunters, The Bad Guys 1 and 2, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, or The Wild Robot. I still defend the animation style for its lighting effects surrounding Star and how he was animated, the wishes, and the magic of King Magnifico. Asha and King Magnifico did have the potential to be compelling characters, with the foundation being there for both, with Asha losing his father and King Magnifico being driven away from his home, but Wish didn't explore those arcs far enough, which Ariana DeBose and Chris Pine did a great job playing both characters respectively. The rest of the ensemble felt a bit overcrowded, but I still liked Star as well as Valentino, voiced by Alan Tudyk. I know my takes on the songs in Wish is going to be controversial, but the soundtrack gets more criticism than it actually deserves. Yeah, I can admit there were a few awkward lyrics in here, like "Watch out world, here I are," and "I let you live here for free and I don't even charge you rent." But I found the songs in Wish more memorable than I do in Frozen 2. And if I had to pick one song in the movie to consider my favourite, I would have to pick Knowing What I Know Now. Wish is not the masterpiece I was hoping for prior to release, but calling it one of the worst is a bit of a stretch, because even though the third act is heavily nostalgia reliant, it's not devoid of quality, since the art direction is easily my biggest defending point of the movie, but I just wished that the characters were more developed than they actually were. It may have not reached its full potential as a Disney film, but even though this is not a popular take on Wish, it did manage to spare the bottom quarter thanks to a few compliments. I was told a few years prior to doing this marathon that this wasn't a movie I was missing out on, but unlike a few movies that are later on the list, this one didn't fully stick with me. And despite seeing a crap ton of merch for its characters, which before going in, I was expecting it to rank much lower than it actually did, but honestly, I had more fun with this than I initially expected, and that's the Aristocats. The Aristocats did keep things simple in terms of its story, but being simple is the main thing that held it back, since the story does take its time to get anywhere, and I wasn't into the Aristocats at all until Thomas O'Malley entered the scene. But from that point onward, that is when the movie starts to become more enjoyable, as it was mainly him that carried the entire movie. Most of its humour comes from the visuals, and the pacing can be inconsistent at times, but the jazzy atmosphere is what helps it a bit. The characters themselves are not deep, but the chemistry is fun. Thomas O'Malley is clearly the best character of the movie. And why did the merch go to Marie and not him? That's kind of bizarre. And the Alley Cats were also fun when they were around. Edgar does work as a comedic villain rather than a villain that feels like a threat to the main characters, but still fits the overall tone of the movie. The voice acting is functional, with O'Malley's voice being the most memorable of the movie. The animation still holds up for a 1970 Disney movie with expressive character animations, and the soundtrack is one of the strongest things about the movie, with the jazz-heavy aspects which really sell the Paris setting quite well, with Everybody Wants to Be a Cat easily being the best song in the movie, with a fun sequence that makes it more fun to watch. The Aristocats is not a groundbreaking Disney movie or anything like that, but it's not its goal. It's more of a light Disney film, which is enough to make it enjoyable, but not enough to make it rank higher. Finally, we have made it to the last wartime anthology film, and hopefully the last time I will ever think about these movies for a while. But if I need to make one thing clear, this is the era when not a single film in it cracked the top half of the list, and that alone shows how this era is one of Disney's biggest blind spots. But I was always curious to see which of these package films was actually the best one. Because even though the wartime anthology films were not good, I was just ready to skip them entirely and blindly rank all 6 of them in a row. But apparently, I didn't. And the best wartime anthology film is Melody Time, and it still came out as okay. Considering that this was the most struggling era of Disney for me, with Make Mine Music, Fun and Fancy Free, The Three Caballeros, and Saludos Amigos not even escaping the bottom quarter, I had feelings that this one would be down there as well, but this one actually ended up being the best. Once Upon a Winter Time, Bumble Boogie, and Little Toot had to be the best segments of the movie, while Trees had to be the most boring. Even though this is still a shorts collection, it feels more like Disney shorts than everything else this era provided. Melody Time stood out more visually than I expected thanks to its unique visual style that went into each, such as the colour changing Once Upon a Winter Time, or the musical visuals in Bumble Boogie. Even the live action scenes, which did hurt this era for me, were handled a lot better here, especially for Blame It on the Samba and Pecos Bill, where it feels like it throws naturally. Pacing is still a big issue in Melody Time, especially The Legend of Johnny Appleseed and Pecos Bill, as if they dragged on the longest. Which they are enjoyable segments on their own, since I found more to enjoy here than the rest of the anthology movies. Especially in Pecos Bill, Johnny Appleseed, and Little Toot, which did have some decent character arcs. The voice work does carry each section as well. Melody Time did not escape the issues of the other anthology films, but those flaws are a lot softer here than the rest of the package films. The pacing is still a bit choppy, and some segments are inconsistent, but the stronger visuals make this the most enjoyable of my least favorite era of Disney. But at least we can finally not acknowledge this era for the rest of the video. Apart from when Fantasia comes up, that's the only exception. This might be quite an interesting fact. Not a lot of people knew about this film, but this was a film that was originally pitched as a Disney Plus show back in 2020. And 2024's Walt Disney Animation Studios film was supposed to be something else, but thanks to the box office failures of both Strange World and Wish, they had to cancel that movie and rework this Disney Plus show into a movie they could show in cinemas. And the reason why is because they really needed a hit in the box office after those two films flopped. And we only knew this was coming in less than a year of its release. But this is a bizarre comparison to make, but if Strange World, Wish, and this film all had one thing in common, they were all worse by half a star on Letterboxd rewatching them, and that is Moana 2. Moana 2 is not entirely a disaster, but this film doesn't do enough to justify existing on its own, since there are still pinches of heart in here, but the story was just retreading ideas from the first movie rather than expanding on what came before it. The themes of community and identity, which were executed better in other Disney movies, don't hit as strongly here. Moana's demigod transformation in the climax does feel rushed, and I found it hard to ignore how much this film is remixing elements not just from the original Moana, but Hercules with identity and Raya and the Last Dragon with community, which left Moana 2 copying the direction of other Disney films instead of taking its own. The chemistry between Maui and Moana is faithful to the first movie, even if the script of the sequel makes it weaker. The humour is recycled from the first movie, with the boat snack and pork jokes feeling more like callbacks to Moana than trying to tell jokes that felt original. The new supporting cast are forgettable, even though Matangi and Samaya stand out as some of the best new characters in the movie. Moana 2 is still visually stunning as one of the biggest compliments of the movie, with the water effects, lighting, and environments still looking as good as the first movie. As recent modern films to come out of Disney, such as Encanto and Raya and the Last Dragon. The orchestral score is still strong, and the songs don't reach the same level as Moana 1, which it is easy to tell that Lin-Manuel Miranda was absent from this film, even though I can get enjoyment out of songs like Get Lost and Can I Have a Chihu. Moana 2 feels like a sequel that got lost in a voyage, which, unlike the Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild, which was also reworked from a TV show after the closure of Blue Sky Studios, Moana 2 still has some good aspects of the film, such as the visuals and the performances from Alia Carvalho and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. But Moana 2 can't even get to the heights of the first Moana film. It's not the worst Disney sequel, but it does feel like a film that doesn't know what it wants to be, but instead recycles elements from other Disney films that executed them better. Going into this next film, I wasn't really expecting that much from it, but after watching it, I just thought it was a decent Disney film. Yep, we finally left the okay territory, and now we're getting into what's decent. And while it's not the strongest story we've had from Disney, this one is mainly carried by its friendship between Todd and Copper, the Fox and the Hound. The story itself is simple, with a large portion of the runtime not doing much for me, since barely anything happens for most of the movie. However, the friendship between Todd and Copper was satisfying to watch, with seeing Copper turn against Todd after an accident involving Chief does create a conflict that's believable, while Todd saving Copper from the bear does close the conflict nicely. The movie does have a strong emotional moment where Widow Tweed is forced to leave Todd to ensure that he's protected from the hunter. And this isn't something that made me cry like Bolt or Lilo and Stitch, but there is enough here to keep me slightly invested in the story. The themes of friendship and accepting that people grow apart sometimes are well handled, which these things can be common in modern animated movies, but the Fox and the Hound got into this cliche before it became widespread in different medias. And the movie did do a good job with its tone as well, especially with the darker scenes. But one issue I did have with the Fox and the Hound is the subplots that don't do much for this overall story, such as the two birds that try to catch a caterpillar, which did remind me a lot of Scrat in the Ice Age movies, which those scenes can be entertaining, but they do not interact with the overall plot, but are rather there for someone I can laugh at during the movie. Visually, the animation quality still holds up for a 1981 release, and for the final film with the original animators before they retired, with the animal animation being expressive, with each species moving in their own way, which Todd and Copper do move in a similar way, but the birds and the caterpillar move in their own way. I don't find The Fox and the Hound to be as colourful as the Aristocats, or as clever in its world building as The Great Mouse Detective, but it is visually strong. But if there was one area in this film I struggle with the most, it had to be the pacing, since it does take a while to get into an overall conflict, which for me started too late, because the story itself is light, and any section in the movie that feels slower is noticeable. And one issue that has been common for me throughout the entire Disney marathon is the romance subplot involving Vixie, which not every movie needs to have romance in it, which introducing it in the final act does not give the romance enough time to actually develop. The character work is still solid, with Todd and Copper having a contrast that is compelling, with one being raised by a farmer and the other a hunter, with their friendship, despite being enemies in nature, creating a believable conflict. The supporting cast does not add that much. While the hunter does work as a villain, his motivation is just simply kill the fox, which Gaston's motivation in Beauty and the Beast is kill the beast actually does work, but there is a reason behind that. Unlike The Fox and the Hound, where it's just simply kill the fox. Like, it doesn't make him memorable, but he functions enough, I guess. The voice acting still holds up for a 1980s Disney movie, but doesn't have the same energy compared to the Renaissance or Revival eras. There is a solid soundtrack in here as well, even if there isn't a song to latch onto or an orchestral theme that I found in some Disney stronger works. It still functions as a soundtrack. The Fox and the Hound, while it's not a strong movie, did leave me mildly surprised. It does have flaws with the pacing, a lack of focus in the plot, and a romance subplot that shouldn't even be there, but the friendship between Todd and Copper does give the movie enough heart. It's not on the leagues of some of Disney's best works, but the best I can say about it is it's sweet, which may not be a Disney film I would revisit regularly, but as my third favourite Bronze Age movie, which may have only had one amazing film in it, but this one is just surprisingly decent. This next film did interest me in the idea of a princess being raised away from her true home and identity, but after revisiting this movie, I couldn't ignore that later Disney movies executed this concept much better, especially Tangled, which did have a better execution of that story. While the story itself is simple and easy to understand, it feels underdeveloped because of one major issue. The titular character is sidelined in her own movie, which here I found it hard to be invested with the film compared to other Disney princesses, which does seem to have been a big issue for the 1950s, because Cinderella was sidelined for the mice, and Sleeping Beauty was sidelined for the fairies. The story still has charm in it, with the fairy tale vibe carrying a majority of the movie, but the lack of focus on Aurora is what makes this movie feel confusing. The dialogue does work well enough, and still has the charm from classic Disney, but only featuring the main character for 18 minutes of the 1 hour and 15 minute runtime in favour of the fairies doing everything just seems weird, since the fairies feel more like the main character than Aurora does. And while they can be enjoyable to watch and not as tedious as following the mice in Cinderella, it does come at the cost of developing a character that the movie is supposed to focus on. The fairies were the one thing that made Sleeping Beauty enjoyable to watch. compared to Cinderella, especially when it came to the birthday preparation scene, where their personalities clash quite well, and their magic does contribute to some fun moments in there as well. Sleeping Beauty doesn't have any scenes that hit me hard emotionally, but still has a decent balance between lighter moments with the fairies and darker moments with Maleficent, which we will get to her. Sleeping Beauty is still visually impressive considering when the movie was originally released, with the art direction making it look unique compared to some other Disney films that released during the Silver Age, with gorgeous backgrounds and sequences that are memorable, such as the two fairies arguing between what colour Aurora's dress should be, which the dance at the end does make for a visually impressive scene. The animation may not be as expressive as in Peter Pan or The Jungle Book, but the presentation's still good. The pacing is where Sleeping Beauty struggled the most, since the opening feels rushed, with a huge chunk of runtime taking place in the cottage, which leads the birthday fallout to happen too quickly. And I got a feeling that Maleficent didn't enter the story until too late into the movie. And while I do think the second act is better paced than the first and third acts, the overall pacing feels uneven, with moments that do feel like filler. The climax, however, is excellent thanks to the fight with Maleficent in her dragon form, and making this scene in the finale more memorable than pretty much everything else in the movie. When it comes to its characters, Aurora unfortunately ranks on the lower end of princesses, besides Cinderella, which also has the issue of being sidelined in her own film, and Pocahontas, thanks to her being attached to a bad movie. It's difficult to fully invest in Aurora because she's only in the movie for 18 minutes. The fairies are enjoyable to watch, but sadly, the movie shouldn't revolve around them, despite having more screen time than Aurora. But Maleficent is the best character in the movie whenever she is on screen, thanks to her influence on the plot, which does make her one of the strongest Disney villains, but sadly attached to a movie that ranked 39th on the whole list. The music is solid, but it's not a soundtrack I consider memorable, because if anyone asked me to name a song from Sleeping Beauty, I wouldn't be able to name one, because unlike The Lion King, Moana, Frozen, or Tangled, where I can actually name songs from them movies pretty easily, Sleeping Beauty does not have memorable songs like those movies. The score does fit the movie quite well, but it doesn't stand out compared to other Disney movies later on the list. Sleeping Beauty, unlike Cinderella, outranked it because it's still an enjoyable Disney movie, but never clicked with me, unlike other princess films later on the list, like Tangled, Moana, or even Raya and the Last Dragon. It does have gorgeous animation, a memorable villain, and a strong climax that does spare it from the weaker films on this list, but the lack of attention they give to Aurora are what hold it back from being great. I know people would not be happy to see either Sleeping Beauty or Cinderella down here, but like Cinderella, I actually prefer Maleficent, the 2014 movie, to the 1959 original. I mean it. It's still a good movie, just not a favourite of mine. When most people think of Disney's earlier works, this next film is one that comes to mind. It's a Disney icon. A character with tons of merchandise, appeared in the theme parks as a ride, and is still recognizable by the Disney fanbase today. But the funny part is, despite knowing the character, I never actually saw the original movie until I went ahead and watched it for this marathon. I had seen the remake over quarantine in 2020, but the original remained untouched until now. Going in, I was expecting something that would spare the lower tier, especially after how bored I got with most of the wartime anthology films. And this is the movie I got, with some expressive animation for the time, but also left me mixed in some areas. I have quite a complicated relationship with this film in particular, and that is Dumbo. The story does have an emotional core thanks to Dumbo and his mother, and watching the two get separated after the cool circus guests make the mother angry does create for an overall emotional hook for the film, and definitely the one part of the film that got me the most. But despite the movie only being 65 minutes long, the movie did struggle to keep me in after that point, with the biggest issue for me being the one thing that Dumbo is famous for, being able to fly, not becoming important until the final few minutes of the movie. Which, if you had heard what I said about the Sword and the Stone, you would get my point. There are still some memorable scenes to watch, such as the bubble sequence and some sequences where the crows appear, but Dumbo does feel like a detour to actually make it to where the story wants to take us. The animation is easily the best thing I can say about the movie, since the circus setting brings in lots of opportunities for expressive and colourful visuals, and even for 1941, they still managed to pull that off quite well. Dumbo does become an easy protagonist to root for, despite not talking, but the animation does a good job at showing Dumbo's emotions through how he moves and how he reacts. Timothy Q. Mouse easily had to be the best character in the movie, but the biggest thing holding back Dumbo is the pacing, because there were times where the story feels as if it stood still for a moment, and even feels slow despite being 65 minutes long. The songs do fit the atmosphere of the circus, but there wasn't that much that clinged on after finishing this movie. After watching Dumbo, I do understand why he is so famous among Disney fans, but I think this is a case where I actually prefer Dumbo the brand to Dumbo the movie. There are still some moments to enjoy, such as the strong animation and a charming main character, but the all over the place pacing is what holds it back in comparison to others. I liked it, I just didn't love it. I know this next film is literally gonna have people to think, alright, you've gone too far, how dare you rank the classics below 30? But no, this one actually has a reason to be here. One of my biggest flaws with Disney's older works is how episodic each film feels, and this is one that came close to working for me, since instead of a story that feels traditional, this movie throws our main character from one situation to the next without breathing room, but it still has a wacky and creative world. Well, not everything in this film worked for me, thanks to the pacing issues. I still found this one to be slightly more enjoyable than Cinderella, Lady and the Tramp, or even Sword and the Stone. And there is a certain cat to thank for that: Alice in Wonderland. The biggest strength of Alice in Wonderland is how wacky and imaginative it is, since the logic allows the film to introduce lots of ideas, goofy characters, and visual gags that normally wouldn't work in something more traditional. But characters like the Cheshire Cat disappearing in and out, the Mad Hatter having an unbirthday party, or the caterpillar smoking letters, which, for the time, this movie does not run out of goofy concepts to show on screen, and most of the humour lands pretty well. But the main issue with all of this is there isn't a goal or a plot holding it all, with scenes like the walrus and the oysters, which I do like visually, feel disconnected from the plot, which, with the movie jumping between character to character, make Alice and Wonderland slightly exhausting thanks to the lack of breathing room. Visually, Alice in Wonderland is impressive for the time, with loads of colourful backgrounds to look at, expressive character animations, and an endless potluck of creative designs, which make it a treat for the eyes. Even if we don't get much time with the characters in Wonderland, they are fun to watch on screen, such as the Mad Hatter, Cheshire Cat, the Smoking Caterpillar, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and the Queen of Hearts, which all make the movie feel chaotic. The songs do add charm to the movie, such as Happy Unbirthday and Painting the Roses Red. While Alice in Wonderland does feel exhausting sometimes, with the lack of breathing room between scenes, it still has things that made up for it, such as the creativity, goofy characters, and expressive animation for the time. It's not one of Disney's strongest stories, but is easily one of their most inspired and wacky worlds. This next film is the final hand-drawn film we've ever had from Disney. No, it's not The Princess and the Frog. But this next film is one I knew what kind of film I was getting into. Something simple, and honestly, this is all the film needed to be, since the books have never been about high stakes or intense storytelling, and this film does stay true to the books quite well. And apparently, until this marathon, this was the only revival movie I hadn't seen before. Yes, it may feel like a collection of shorts rather than a connected plot, but for its tone and purpose, it works. It doesn't need to be cinematic. All it needs to be is faithful to the books, and because of it, it's just a harmless movie, and that is Winnie the Pooh 2011. The story itself does revolve around the misunderstanding of the Baxton, which is a fun concept in theory, which does lead to some wacky moments throughout the movie, and the payoff may be cliche, but it's Winnie the Pooh. What do you expect? The humour of Pooh's honey-loving personality, especially how the rest of 100 Acre Wood tries to keep Pooh away from the honey, to make me anticipate when Pooh would eventually get his hands on the honey. And one thing that made this movie memorable is how Pooh breaks the fourth wall and interacts with the narrator, which in this case is John Cleese. Moments where Pooh interacts with the letters in the book, as well as the honey dream sequence, make for some of the most visually appealing scenes in the movie. Visually, the film does do a bit more than people actually give it credit for, even though it does not feel like a grand finale to hand-drawn Disney movies. It still manages to do a few interesting things with its visuals, such as the chalk outline animation in one scene, and how the scenes are transitioned like storybooks, which does give it the illusion that I'm watching a storybook and not a typical animated movie. The pacing is short and easy to get through, which also leads into a massive weakness, with characters being stuck in a pit, feeling like it's stretched on for too long, which the characters do remain unchanged with how they are portrayed in the books. In the end, Winnie the Pooh 2011 is a harmless movie, rather than something that's on the highs with the greats. It doesn't try and reinvent the wheel or bring it to something bigger, which is what makes Winnie the Pooh respectful to the books. Something pleasant, rather than a grand finale for hand-drawn movies. Now we've made it to one of those films where I respect its place in Disney's history, as this is not just the first ever film from Walt Disney Animation Studios, but the first ever animated movie of all time, which for the time it had released, it was a game changer for cinema. But watching it in modern day, I can see a few areas where this movie has shown its age, and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is that film. I get that this is the first full-length animated movie to ever exist, but the biggest issue for me is the pacing does set things up quite nicely, and then moves on to the middle section, which is spent in the dwarf house, which the pacing was worse in the remake than it was in the original movie. There are some charming scenes throughout, but don't do much for the story, which does make it feel like the plot stays still for a majority of the time. Snow White herself is pleasant, but doesn't have enough to work with to make her feel like a complete character, and her relationship with the prince does feel undercooked due to the lack of time they have on screen together. The evil queen does manage to steal every scene she is in, and thanks to her transformation scenes, it still holds up quite well. The film is still visually gorgeous, even released in 1937, such as the Evil Queen's transformation, the scenes featuring Hi-Ho and Whistle While You Work, which are the scenes that feature the most personality, and the songs had to be the most memorable aspects of the movie. The voice acting is strong for the time of release, and even if the pacing was the thing that held back Snow White for me, it's not amazing, it's not brilliant, it's just good. I still respect its legacy, even if it didn't make it high enough on the list. But the 2025 remake was a lot worse. Back in 2013 and 2014, there was one particular Disney film that took over the world. You couldn't go anywhere without hearing one song from it. It had loads of merchandise, a mediocre sequel, and I hear loads of people bring up this movie. For me, it was the soundtrack that went with me, especially on my trip to Disney back in 2014, where I heard the music on repeat for the entire way there. Ever since, this has become both one of the most talked about and one of the most divisive at the same time, with some calling it one of Disney's greatest works, while others call it an overrated slog. Going into this rewatch, I didn't know where I would land on the debate after revisiting it as an adult. I can't say that this is a masterpiece, but it's not terrible either. It's just good. And yes, like the song says, so it's a bit of a fixer-upper, so it's got a few flaws. And that is Frozen. There were so many Disney films I enjoyed as a kid, like Wreck-It Ralph, Big Hero 6, Bolt, Meet the Robinsons, and yes, I was one of those kids who liked Chicken Little. But I land in a weird spot with Frozen, because even though I did like it when it first released, Frozen was one that got weaker for me over time. Not to say it's a bad movie, it just didn't make the top half of the list because of some of its flaws. The story in Frozen is one that I think still works, even if it's not the strongest story under the Disney belt. The themes of sisterhood, particularly in Anna and Elsa, are handled really well, and is what carries the movie. But like Chicken Little, I did pick up on a few details that I may have missed during childhood, such as Anna having no memory of Elsa's powers after the trolls come in. The plot is a little simplistic, which does lean into something predictable, especially when it comes to Elsa revealing her powers and how the final conflict is resolved, which we will get to. The story in Frozen wasn't bad, but if I have to make one statement now, it fell apart at the moment Hans revealed himself. I don't dislike the idea of Hans being evil, but compared to Wreck-It Ralph, where the setup of Turbo's reveal is just a lot better, Hans' reveal just feels forced. Frozen still works in its emotional core, even if there are a few flaws I noticed on rewatch. Frozen still looks great visually, even after a decade, and even Moana, Encanto, and Raya and the Last Dragon did improve on the lighting technology. The main thing that remains impressive is the snow and ice effects, which give Frozen an identity of its own. And I did love the way that Olaf was animated, thanks to his expressiveness and his contribution to most of the film's visual gags. And I don't think I've heard anyone bring up this flaw before, especially since I've watched quite a few segments on Frozen in other Disney rankings, but Frozen is not a well-paced musical. The main reason for this is because even though the songs are good, like Frozen Heart, For the First Time in Forever, Let It Go, and Fixer-Upper, the main issue with Frozen's musical pacing is that it forgets it's a musical in the last act, with Fixer-Upper being the last song in the movie, excluding the Demi Lovato cover of Let It Go, which is another factor to Frozen having a bad final act in comparison to the rest of the movie. The voice acting still remains a strong element of the movie with Kristen Bell, Idina Menzel, and Jonathan Groff all providing strong performances for their respective characters, but if one voice performance had to stand out to me the most, it's Josh Gad as Olaf. In the end, I did enjoy Frozen on the revisit. I just noticed more flaws on the rewatch compared to when it first came out, which compared to other films like Tangled, Moana, or Raya and the Last Dragon, Frozen doesn't make it up there. It's still a good movie because it has memorable songs, great visuals, and a strong emotional core, and Olaf is the best character in it. It's mainly its weak final act and the Hans reveal that spare it from ranking any higher. If you turn it off just before Hans reveals himself, it's an 8 out of 10 movie. But if you watch past that point, it's a 7 out of 10. This placement is probably going to get me attacked by a few people online, since there is one Disney sequel that is criticized online constantly. Going into this rewatch, I was expecting it to be a lot worse than last time, mainly because of how much I loved the first one, which is one of the best modern Disney movies, so the sequel needed to live up to the original, right? While I don't think it's as good as the original movie, I still think it has flaws in the plot, but I still ended up enjoying it a lot more than I initially expected, and that's Ralph Breaks the Internet. The plot in Ralph Breaks the Internet is both a combination of strong and weak, since it does have some good themes in here, such as friendship, change, and learning to let go of something you care about, does make the core compelling, especially when it comes to the chemistry between Ralph and Vanellope. The internet setting in the movie does provide some good-looking visuals, but a lot of the story only works because Ralph acts in ways that don't feel consistent with the original movie, since his selfish behavior is what drove the climax, considering his character growth in the first movie. There were so many questions I didn't get the answer to on rewatch, such as what's happening back at the arcade while Ralph and Vanellope are not there, and ignores the conflict of going turbo, which was made clear in the first movie. And despite some of these issues, I still enjoy some of the heartfelt moments, and the humour is still fun, despite some product placement and pop culture references that may not have aged well, Miranda sings, but the chemistry between Ralph and Vanellope still works. Visually, Ralph Breaks the Internet is gorgeous visually, with the colourful portrayal of the internet making it a worthy expansion to the Wreck-It Ralph world, with how different websites, apps, and online games are represented, and the animation in Slaughter Race looks stunning, mainly thanks to how faithfully it represents how player characters move in an MMO game. The pacing can be uneven, with some scenes dragging on for too long, such as Slaughter Race and BuzzTube, but the Disney Princess scene was fun, but it feels more like something for Disney enthusiasts in the audience to cheer for whenever they're on screen. In terms of characters, while Vanellope is in character, Ralph is the weakest part of the movie, because his development from the first film was undone. But the supporting characters such as Yes, Shank, Knowsmore, and JP Spamley were fun to watch, with the voice acting from John C. Reilly, Sarah Silverman, Gal Gadot, Gerard G.P. Henson, Alan Tudyk, and Bill Hader adding on to the characters. Henry Jackman's score is also faithful to the first film, because of the combination of electronic and orchestral, which does fit the digital world setting of Wreck-It Ralph. And while Ralph Breaks the Internet is never going to surpass Wreck-It Ralph in terms of quality, I still think there is still something to admire here, unlike what others have to say about the movie, such as the great visuals, the fun characters, and enough entertaining sequences to say that the flaws have been outnumbered. It's still not a great movie, but it's better than what everyone else makes it out to be. This next film is one of the simplest movies in the entire Disney canon, but that's why this one works, because going in, I wasn't expecting something high stakes, because this book series has always focused on the lives of its characters, and this film understands that. While I have not been kind to disconnected stories in the Disney Canon Marathon, this is the one of the places where it works better. Which, yes, without making it feel like a collection of shorts compact into one movie, but the many adventures of Winnie the Pooh is where this works. The story is technically a collection of different adventures involving Pooh and his friends, which, unlike the anthology films from the 1940s, the structure here works well, thanks to its setting and characters. The low stakes allows the charm of 100 Acre Wood to take the center of the movie, and this is where the movie succeeds the most, such as Pooh getting stuck in Rabbit's doorway after coming around for honey, or any form of misunderstanding that goes around in 100 Acre Wood. And my favourite sequence in the movie had to be Pooh's dream, because of how visually appealing it is. There are some issues with the pacing, such as some segments being longer than others, but unlike the package films from the 1940s, these weren't actually frustrating to sit through. The animation is still charming after 5 decades, especially in its storybook presentation, where the different characters interact with the pages and text within the book, which, yeah, just like Winnie the Pooh from 2011, the stylistic choice that carried over to there was also present here. The cast of characters are what carried the movie, but they don't really need development in them to actually make them enjoyable, with my standout being Tigger, thanks to how energetic he is. And while the songs are not on the heights of Disney's greatest songs, the wonderful thing about Tigger's was my standout. And like in 2011, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh does not aim to be on the heights of their greatest, but all I can ask for from a Winnie the Pooh film is to stay true to the books, and I think it achieves that well. This is our first Renaissance film in quite a while. I know a lot of people are thinking this is an experimental era film, but because this film originally released in 1999, I consider this a Renaissance film. Meaning, from films Dinosaur to Bolt is what I consider experimental. And since we've not had a Renaissance film appear in the list since placement 52, but even though we are going to have more Renaissance films from this point onward, you would expect most of them to be in the top quarter, right? Well, as beloved as the Renaissance is with many, I can't say I loved everything to have released in that era. Like I have said with Pocahontas and The Rescuers Down Under earlier in the ranking, and this next film is just one I liked. And I didn't know going in how this was going to compare to the original. But unlike every other film in the Renaissance, this one was not driven by a story, but instead, Fantasia 2000 brings in tons of musical sequences. Like I said, Fantasia 2000 doesn't really have a story, but is made up for that within its variety in each segment, which does tell a story of its own through the visuals and the music. I did enjoy a lot of these animated sequences, in which the live-action introductions to me felt mixed, since it does take away from the movie, but seeing James L. Jones was epic. I'm not complaining about the James L. Jones segment, but everyone else felt out of place. These segments were not as engaging as the animated sequences, but when Mickey interacted with the presenters, had to be better than a lot of the other live-action sequences in this film. The animation had to be the movie's biggest strength, since each segment is unique and in its identity, such as sparring whales, the flamingos in the yo-yo segment, and the Noah's Ark segment with Donald and Daisy Duck. The pacing does thankfully move quickly, thanks to its anthology structure, but unlike the original Fantasia, which does include an intermission halfway through, this one doesn't feel as if you need to take a break halfway through the movie. Fantasia 2000, like the original Fantasia, is not a film you watch for its plot, but rather to see how music and animation complement each other, which does succeed as a good movie. Just before the worst Disney movie in Dinosaur the year after. Now this take might have to be my spiciest in the entire marathon, because I know a lot of Disney fans consider this one to be one of Disney's greatest works, and while I do respect its importance, thanks to its kickstart in the Disney Renaissance, I didn't fully connect on the same level as other people, which there is still a lot to enjoy here, but unlike other Renaissance movies like The Lion King, Hercules, or Beauty and the Beast, I had a few flaws stick out in The Little Mermaid revisiting it. The story does do a great job at presenting Ariel as a character and her desire to explore what life is like on the surface, which the biggest issue with this comes from the romance between Ariel and Eric, which their chemistry does work when they are on screen together, but they don't spend enough time together throughout the movie to fully invest in it. Ariel signing the contract for Ursula makes the second half go by too fast, which you can tell the pacing was my biggest flaw with The Little Mermaid as a movie. I know a lot of people call the pacing flawless, but really? The first act spends half of the runtime introducing its characters and the settings, which the opening does feel slower than most Renaissance films, while the second half has to cramp in the time Ariel spends on land, Ursula's contract, the climax, and the ending, which for me seems like too much to have in the last 30 minutes in the movie, which does make it feel rushed. And despite the pacing, The Little Mermaid does have lots of moments that I did enjoy watching, such as Sebastian's scene in the kitchen, the boat scene, and the climax against Ursula. Visually, The Little Mermaid still holds up quite well for a 1989 release, with the underwater environments being vibrant, with the animators finding plenty of creative ways to integrate sea life into a lot of the musical sequences. The song sequences that stood out the most had to be Under the Sea and Kiss the Girl, mainly thanks to how much charm and personality they have in them. The cast of characters is strong overall, with Ariel, who is curious about what life is like on the surface, which does make her a likable character. Sebastian, who has to be the show stealer whenever he's on screen. We have Flounder as well. Triton works well as a father figure, because it's clear that even though he's someone that makes mistakes, he wants to protect Ariel from harm, which that is a reasonable motivation for Triton to have. And Eric might have to be one of the weakest parts of the movie. He is better than the prince in Cinderella, but we don't get an awful lot of time with him. But Ursula, however, is great, with a believable plan, and her manipulation towards Ariel make her sinister, and her personality makes her a compelling villain to watch. The voice acting is still strong throughout, such as Jodie Benson as Ariel, Samuel E. Wright as Sebastian, and Pat Carroll as Ursula. The soundtrack is the biggest strength for me, and despite Daughters of Triton and Poor Unfortunate Souls being the songs I revisit the least, they still serve their function to the overall plot, but with the real bangers being Part of Your World, Under the Sea, and Kiss the Girl, which all remain iconic songs in Disney, which the music does help smooth over some of the pacing issues, because even with two forgettable songs, The Little Mermaid is still a good movie, and while I don't consider it masterpiece level like others, it's still enjoyable, thanks to its expressive animation, great soundtrack, and an entertaining villain. But the reason this is on the weaker end of the Renaissance for me, but just about spares from being anywhere near Pocahontas or The Rescuers Down Under, is because of its pacing. Going into this next movie, I was expecting it just to land close to the middle of the ranking, which it has been years since I last watched this movie, and while I did remember the villain quite well, I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I did, even with the story being simple, this succeeds because it knows what it is. A fun rescue mission, memorable characters, and if the main villain doesn't scare you, nothing will. 101 Dalmatians. One thing I've not liked about the Silver Age that much is the lack of focus in its movies. But thankfully, 101 Dalmatians was a lot more focused than Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, or even The Sword in the Stone. Pongo and Perdita do make for some likable lead characters, and the rescue mission did keep me invested even better than the rescuers. But one thing I can appreciate, unlike Alice in Wonderland, is how this movie wasn't afraid to have breathing room in here, with scenes such as the puppies resting in the cowshed give both the characters and the people watching a chance to slow down before what happens next. My favourite moment in 101 Dalmatians in general had to be the Twilight Bark scene, where every dog in London passes messages across the country through barking. It is absurd and feels like something you would see in The Secret Life of Pets, but it is presented in a way that is charming. The film does have a great balance between tension and heartwarming moments, even though the pacing is not perfect, since the puppies do get kidnapped around 30 minutes into the movie, which does make it feel a bit late for the conflict to start, but some scenes on the farm do feel a lot longer than they need to be, and the journey home from freeing the other puppies. But thankfully, unlike the other Silver Age films, this one does have slightly better pacing. The main thing that surprised me about 101 Dalmatians is how unique its animation style is from the other Silver Age films, since the rougher outlines are what stood out to me, but as the movie progressed, it became a part of the movie's visual identity, with the background still looking well drawn over 60 years after release, expressive character animations that make the film compelling to watch. But character-wise, this was not a film I found heavy in character development, but the chemistry between Pongo and Perdita was strong, and the various animals throughout the movie were entertaining to watch. The human owners don't get much time on screen, but they're not really needed to contribute to the story. But the real star of the show was Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil, which anytime she appeared on screen, she stole the scene, and thanks to her obsession with turning puppies into fur coats, makes her one of the more effective earlier Disney villains in comparison to Lady Tremaine or Madam Mim. The voice acting is still strong throughout, but Cruella's performance is easily the best part of it. And even though I'm more familiar with her portrayals by Glenn Close and Emma Stone, the original version of Cruella still holds up quite well and is still memorable today. The soundtrack was another thing that surprised me, because although it doesn't reinvent things to make it exceptional, the unique identity with its jazz instrumentation is what managed to separate it from other works Disney has made at the time, which might have to be my favourite score pre-Renaissance, excluding Fantasia. But after revisiting the 101 Dalmatians, it reminded me how fun and simple a movie can be when the execution is done right, which is mainly achieved thanks to its memorable characters, entertaining plot, unique art style, and one of the best pre-Renaissance Disney villains in Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil, which made it a lot stronger, and even though it's not a complex movie, it's still enjoyable, and one I would happily revisit again in the future if I was to. Next, we get to one Disney classic that has had a massive impact on animation, and even if it's not a personal favourite, I was curious to know if this was one that would hold up, especially considering how important of their earlier works this was. And while I did have more flaws in this than I initially expected, especially in the pacing, I can still appreciate how Bambi has a place in Disney's history as both dark and charming, with everything I'm about to describe about Bambi is why it should not get a live-action remake. Bambi does have a simple story, but is effective because of how it portrays Bambi's growth as a character from a young fawn who is curious up to the Prince of the Forest towards the end of the movie. And while I couldn't stop comparing this to The Lion King, which would take quite a few ideas from Bambi and then expand upon them, Bambi does deserve credit for how many foundations it establishes for later Disney films. The opening section with Bambi as a baby did feel slow on the rewatch, and the overall pacing had to be a big flaw for me, but the writing still manages to balance how heartfelt and mature this movie is. And for what came out in the 1940s, Bambi was not afraid to get into topics like loss, danger, or growing up. And even the darker aspects of the film are still impactful today, which is why I have a friend who is scared of Bambi growing up. Bambi still looks visually stunning 8 years later, which the seasonal changes in the movie make it feel alive, with the animal animation being expressive, with Thumper having the most personality in his character movement. And my only criticism with the visuals is how one deer in the background does appear static to the main characters, but even with that minor flaw, Bambi is still visually expressive of one of Disney's earlier works. The characters are memorable, even if they are simple compared to later Disney characters like Simba, Hero, or Raya. Bambi himself is strong because we get to see how his character grows as the film progresses. Thumper and Flower are both entertaining, with their personalities adding to the charm, and despite these characters not being that complex, the voice acting still works for the time it came out, especially with the performances of their younger and older counterparts. The score was another strength, especially selling its atmosphere and how tense the wildfire scene towards the end can get. Coming back to Bambi, I came away appreciating it more for how it plays a big part in Disney's history rather than how entertaining it is. And while I don't find it as compelling as many from the Disney Renaissance, it is easy to see how this influenced quite a few of their future movies. It may not have been one of their best movies, but it's still quite a strong film that leads the way for multiple films that will come out after. Not all of them may have worked in execution, but can still show how it influences the films to come. Now, we've officially left the just good or decent territory, and now we are finally diving in to the movies I consider great. The 8 out of 10s on the list. And this next movie starts what I like to call the underrated 6, which consists of 6 Disney films that I think deserve more love and attention that these films actually get from both casual Disney fans and audiences in general, with some of them were overshadowed by bigger releases, with some of these bombing in the box office, while some of them faded out of the public eye. And the first member of the underrated 6 I hadn't watched in years. It held up really well for being both funny and emotional, with a satisfying character journey to complement it well. And whenever I get into a conversation with anyone about this movie, they don't seem to remember it at all. And it sucks that this is commonly a forgotten Disney film by the general public, and Bolt is that movie. Bolt's character arc throughout the movie is what makes the story in Bolt work, with him going through believing he's a real superhero dog to learning what it means to be a normal dog, which is satisfying to watch on screen, and it does resemble Buzz Lightyear's character arc in the first Toy Story, but Bolt manages to do this surprisingly well in execution. The themes of identity and unconditional love are what sell the core of the film, and while the trust themes hit harder in Raya and The Last Dragon than they do here, Bolt still executes it well in the relationship between Bolt and Penny. There were also 2 scenes that completely got me on rewatch emotionally, such as the moment where Bolt learns he has been replaced and the studio fire near the end of the movie, which I wasn't expecting either scene on rewatch to affect me as much as they did. And the biggest thing I did find wrong with the story was the pacing, with Mittens teaching Bolt how to be a normal dog. Because it does arrive too late into the runtime, it feels like it was placed in the movie too late. The writing does do a great job at highlighting Bolt's perspective and how he views the world, and I loved the interactions between Bolt and Penny, as this was a big part of the film's core. And while the chemistry between Bolt and Mittens does develop as the film progresses, a lot of the comedy comes from Rhino, which he steals every scene he's in, and visually, Bolt still holds up pretty well, which compared to earlier CG animated Disney films like Dinosaur or Chicken Little, is done a lot better here thanks to the lighting, the character designs, and the cinematography, with the action scenes being thrilling and the road trip montage being heartfelt, especially with the song that plays over it. And I love the map transition during the montage that carry over to the credits as well. The character arcs are another strength of the movie, since Bolt is compelling with a satisfying character arc. Mittens also works well in contrast to Bolt, despite being the weakest of the trio, and Rhino is easily my favourite character in the movie, thanks to his chaotic energy. Penny does not get a lot of time on screen, but Bolt still does a good job at showing how much Penny cares for Bolt, despite being apart for most of the runtime. The only character that feels like that doesn't get enough time on screen is Penny's agent, who is entertaining whenever he appears, but the movie doesn't draw enough focus to him to make him stand out. The voice acting in the movie was strong, with Miley Cyrus as Penny, and Mark Walton as Rhino being my standouts of the movie. And while I never thought John Travolta was perfect casting for Bolt, as I think Adam West should have voiced him, it functions enough. The score by John Powell is an underrated aspect of the film, since it does balance the emotion and action scenes quite well, with I Thought I Lost You and Barking at the Moon being those Disney songs that actually deserve more attention than they actually get from the public. This was my first time in years that I have rewatched Bolt, but I was happy to actually discover that unlike Chicken Little, this held up quite well. Which, yeah, it may not be as clever as movies like Wreck-It Ralph, Big Hero 6 or Zootopia, but it's a story that's heartwarming, memorable characters, strong animation, and an emotional core that all come together to make this an underrated film. If you overlook this film because you don't hear people talk about it anymore, I recommend giving this movie another chance, because yes, Bolt is still a good movie despite being forgotten, and Bolt is officially the first member of the underrated six, which will be another few movies away until we reveal who the second member of the underrated six is. Going into this next film, I wasn't sure where this one was going to land, because the Silver Age has struggled with two things. It's either cramping so many ideas into a short runtime, like in Alice in Wonderland, or feeling unfocused, like Cinderella, Lady and the Tramp, or The Sword and the Stone. But even with that one section I keep forgetting exists, this one does avoid all the biggest problems that I have had with the Silver Era of Disney. I did see that someone had ranked this in the last quarter of their Disney ranking, and my response to that is Balderdash, as our adventure to Neverland was so much fun, and even when Peter Pan jumps through different perspectives. The humour did land for me quite well, since one of the funniest parts of the movie had to be in the opening, where Mr. Darling got frustrated with Nana, and the way he reacts to the dog being in his way was for some reason funny. And a lot of the comedy comes from the animation rather than the dialogue, such as the scene where Mr. Smee shaves a seagull, as well as the chemistry between Captain Hook and Mr. Smee carries the movie, and every time they're on screen together, I'm entertained. Visually, Peter Pan does manage to do a lot such as the animation of Peter's shadow, Tinkerbell's colour-changing glow dependent on her emotions, and the sword fight between Peter Pan and Captain Hook remains one of the most memorable fight scenes in one of Disney's earlier films. TikTok Croc works so well as a visual gag who appears frequently, and watching Captain Hook lose himself to TikTok Croc whenever he appears never stops being funny. And even though the tribe subplot could be taken out with not much changing at all, this is one of the few early Disney films where I can actually say the pacing worked, because I didn't check how long was left with this one, which is a good sign for me since it moves from one scene to the next without feeling exhausting, and I found it more enjoyable than some of the other films this era had. Well, apart from one, but we'll get to that film. The characters are simple, but that doesn't mean that they don't work. Peter Pan isn't complex, but his adventurous spirit is what I enjoyed the most out of him. Wendy ended up being compelling with her struggle between wanting to stay a child and accepting that growing up is a part of life is a satisfying arc to see unfold. But the real star of Peter Pan was Captain Hook, which, like Ratigan in The Great Mouse Detective and Cruella de Vil, he is one of my favourite Disney villains to come out before the Renaissance. He's not a complex villain, but his expressive animations and personality make him one of the funniest in Disney. But in terms of the tribe characters, I forget that they're even there sometimes. Despite being a Disney musical, I don't associate Peter Pan with its music, since it does function well within the plot, but if someone asked me to list any Disney songs from Peter Pan by memory, without Google, I don't think any from Peter Pan would spring up. Which, the songs do their job, but it's Captain Hook that makes it more of a memorable watch than the music. And you know what? After struggling through most of the Silver Age, thanks to cramping too many ideas or being unfocused, Peter Pan ended up being fun, charming, and creative visually, as well as making it home to one of the best Disney villains to have existed before the Disney Renaissance, which I have seen this rank among the weaker films in Disney's catalogue, and I don't get it. Peter Pan is fun, it's entertaining. Why do you have to be so hard on it? I mean, it's not perfect, but I enjoyed it more than even a rare good movie in this era, like 101 Dalmatians, or one I just found decent, like Alice in Wonderland. But there is one more Silver Age movie to talk about, and that one is The King of the Swingers. This next film may not be in my heart, no pun intended, but this one was still enjoyable to watch, since the opening does a solid job at setting up its main character, but the movie does spend little too much time introducing the jungle before Jane enters the scene. I accidentally said a character by name. The first 30 minutes of Tarzan do feel slow compared to the rest of the movie, but once Jane enters, the pacing does start to improve. But what makes Tarzan's story work well is how it explores two different worlds clashing through the eyes of a man raised by gorillas his entire life. Which, when Tarzan is introduced to humanity, he needs to figure out where he belongs, which the themes explored here, such as identity and finding your place in the world, are handled quite well, with a satisfying ending to complement as well, but that does lead to one issue within the story. Unlike other Disney romances, I didn't buy Tarzan and Jane as a couple for most of the movie, since they played off like friends, which just throwing it in there feels a bit rushed. Tarzan is up there visually as one of the strongest looking films to have released in the Disney Renaissance, such as the jungle environments, the expressive character animations, and the sequences with Tarzan sliding through the trees look breathtaking. And like I have said, the pacing was a massive issue for me in the opening, but it does eventually pick up in the middle third. The character work is strong since Tarzan does go through development which involves him figuring out which of the two worlds he belongs in, and even through Collar, who doesn't get enough screen time in the movie, her motherly relationship with Tarzan does provide some heartfelt moments to enjoy. Jane was fun to watch thanks to her curious personality, and while Clayton is simple, with his motivation just being capture the gorillas and bring them back to London, he still serves his role well. Turk and Tantor were fun to watch as well, and contribute to most of the comedy within the movie. And the voice acting is strong since the British accents do help sell where the characters came from, with my standout being Brian Blessed as Clayton, with his voice being used in so many British adverts, and apparently Peppa Pig, which was a welcome voice in this film. When it comes to the soundtrack, Phil Collins did a stronger job here than he did in Brother Bear, with songs like You'll Be in My Heart and Strangers Like Me. But when it comes to the other songs, most of them land as a 7 out of 10 for me, because unlike other Renaissance films, Tarzan does not feel like a traditional musical, but unlike Brother Bear, Tarzan actually had good music. Mark Mancini's score does do a great job at selling the atmosphere of the jungle quite well. I already enjoy his work on Moana and even some parts of Brother Bear, even though I didn't like the film itself, which I didn't find surprising that his score was great here too. Tarzan is not my favourite film from the Disney Renaissance, but it's still a film I enjoyed even if it opened slow and the romance was rushed, held it back from the heights of some of their best works from Disney, like Hercules, Beauty and the Beast, and The Lion King. But it still has fantastic animation, strong character development, entertaining characters, and the score all make it a movie I can recommend, which there were moments in Tarzan that do feel like as they were transitioning into the experimental era, but other than that, it was still a fun film to watch. This film is one of those Disney classics that did surprise me a lot more than I expected it to. But for me, it does take a while for any form of plot to kick off. But unlike the wartime anthology films that heavily struggled thanks to their structure, each act here feels connected and feels as if it builds towards the ending. Even if it's not my favourite adaptation of Pinocchio anymore, thanks to the version from Guillermo del Toro on Netflix, the original from the 1940s still remains the most iconic adaptation of the book. One thing that did surprise me with this film is that the original source material was a lot darker than Disney's adaptation, since they did change it quite a bit to make it suitable for families, which, in a way, I get it. But there are areas in the movie that didn't age that well, such as the idea of children smoking cigars, which is one area that made the movie outdated, but the humor still worked for me, especially in Honest John, whose personality made it more enjoyable to watch. The pacing is my biggest flaw with Pinocchio, since it does take a while for the opening to get anywhere, and Pinocchio as a performer did bring in loads of breathing time, but once we get to Pleasure Island, it goes quickly, and the Monstro the Whale sequence with Pleasure Island makes the ending feel cramped compared to the slower first half of the movie. For a 1940 movie, the animation is impressive, with the amount of detail they pulled off for the time is excellent, with characters such as Pinocchio, Jiminy Cricket, and Honest John being expressive in movement, while the lighting effects of the Blue Fairy look stunning as well, as the underwater sequences feeling believable thanks to the sea life and detailed environments. Monstro the whale was well animated as well. I may not have connected with the characters in this version of Pinocchio as I did in the Del Toro version on Netflix, but Pinocchio himself and Jiminy Cricket being fun to watch were enough to make up for it. The villains aren't deep, but Honest John stands out thanks to his personality, which doesn't make him one of the greatest in Disney, but still functional. The voice acting still holds up for the time, with Pinocchio and Jiminy Cricket being strong. The soundtrack is where Pinocchio thrives, with music such as When You Wish Upon a Star, which not only is a great song within the film, but has become an important part in Disney's history, especially with it being the fanfare for Disney. I've Got No Strings was a fun song to listen to as well, but the rest did blend into the back of the mind. Despite starting slow and having pacing issues, Pinocchio ended up being an enjoyable watch, even if I do prefer Del Toro's version on Netflix due to it being more faithful to the book. But because of its charming characters, impressive animation, and iconic music, I enjoyed it more than Snow White, Bambi, and Dumbo. And when looking back at their earlier works, which excluding Fantasia, Pinocchio was probably the strongest film to have come out of Disney until The Jungle Book released. This next film was one of the biggest surprises of the marathon, since we are coming from a year that gave us the worst film from Walt Disney Animation Studios. And not only that, this is from the same director as Chicken Little, which apparently didn't feel like it was, but it is. And I was not expecting it to be as entertaining as it was. And boom, baby! It's The Emperor's New Groove. I really needed to think of a better way to reveal the title and an excuse to say Kuzco's iconic quote. Now, this isn't one of the most ambitious to come out of Disney, nor is it the biggest on the world building, but the plot is entertaining thanks to its message, which Emperor Kuzco starts off the movie as someone who is selfish, but watching him slowly grow and learn the value of others is what makes him satisfying to watch, with the chemistry of Kuzco and Pacha working quite well, thanks to Pacha's motivation to save his home being understandable, since he needs to work with Kuzco to help him change his mind about building a summer house on top of Pacha's home. But what makes The Emperor's New Groove stand out is the comedy, since lots of the jokes land quite well and had tons of moments that made me laugh and smile. My personal favourite scene in the movie had to be the potion scene, where Kuzco literally had to guess which potion would turn him back into a human. And then we have Kronk, who is not only the funniest character in the movie, but also one of the funniest characters in Disney, which he's not deep, but all he needs is to be funny to watch. And every scene with him in it, such as the little angel and devil, his lack of awareness, or just the way Patrick Warburton delivers his lines, and Kronk easily steals the entire movie. Yzma does work well with her desire to take over Kuzco's kingdom, does give the story something, which Pacha provides something that balances out the selfishness of Kuzco, which all four of them are enjoyable to spend time with, especially thanks to the voice acting of David Spade, John Goodman, Patrick Warburton, and Eartha Kitt. The movie does look nice visually, and unlike Brother Bear and Home on the Range, where the slapstick is exhausting, it's more enjoyable here, with the Peruvian setting giving The Emperor's New Groove its own identity from other Disney movies. The score was solid, with the opening song by Tom Jones being an absolute banger to listen to. At the end of the day, The Emperor's New Groove is not the most emotional work we've had from Disney, but even in the same year as Dinosaur and the same director as Chicken Little, which, go on, try and convince me that The Emperor's New Groove and Chicken Little are the same director, because The Emperor's New Groove ended up all the way at 23rd and Chicken Little was 62nd. You can literally not convince me they are the same director. And The Emperor's New Groove came out as one of Disney's funniest because of its entertaining plot, crunk, and the animation. It may have missed out on the top 20, but I still had a great time with it. This next film was one that was almost there in the top 20, but didn't quite make it down to New Orleans either. Even with a few issues with the pacing preventing it from ranking any higher than it already does, it's still a good movie, and that's The Princess and the Frog. One of my biggest compliments with the movie is Tiana herself. Thanks to her chasing her dream of opening up her own restaurant, which is one of the clearest goals a Disney protagonist can have. And you can see throughout the movie how hard she works to achieve that goal. And the film does do a great job at establishing Tiana as a character and what she learns while being a frog. But if there is one thing that held it back, if there's one thing that held back The Princess and the Frog in the story department, it's the pacing. Since it does take 30 minutes to get to a point where Tiana's transformed into a frog, meaning that we don't get much time with Tiana as a human as I would have preferred. But hey, at least it wasn't Brother Bear that completely destroyed its tone after the transformation scene. But with that out of the way, one area The Princess and the Frog also gets right is the romance. Since throughout the marathon, I've had loads of romances that didn't end up working for me, since they either feel rushed or underdeveloped. But Tiana and Naveen did work out for me, since their chemistry grows as the plot goes further, with each learning from another and learning what their goals mean to them. And by Naveen rejecting Charlotte for Tiana shows that this romance is earned, because you see them bond, not through an arranged marriage, not used as a part of a contract for the main villain, just getting to know each other and bond. And that's the key for a Disney romance to work for me. The humor was another area that did work for me in this film, since a lot of the comedy does come from the visual gags and the character animations that wouldn't be able to work in a live-action remake, with characters like Ray, Louie, and Dr. Facilier being the most entertaining characters in the movie. There wasn't a shortage of moments to enjoy here, as well as some scenes that can be emotional at times. Visually, The Princess and the Frog looks gorgeous, especially as Disney's final major hand-drawn movie, excluding Winnie the Pooh 2011, which they certainly did make the most of it with expressive character animations, musical sequences that feel lively, and make the atmosphere of 1920s New Orleans feel fun. My biggest issue with the pacing had to be the Bayou section, since while I do enjoy the characters that we meet there, it feels like it spends too much time there and not anywhere else, which makes it drag on more than it should, and can sometimes make the story feel like it's trying to pad out its runtime to reach the climax. When it comes to its characters, there are plenty of characters to actually enjoy in The Princess and the Frog, such as Tiana, Naveen, Louie, Ray, and Mama Odie, who are all fun in their own unique way, and add some entertainment to the journey back to New Orleans. But if I'm going to be honest, the show stealer of the movie is Dr. Facilier, since he is everything I could want in a Disney villain, without feeling like a villain that ticks boxes, since his style, energy, and personality all make every moment with him in it the most entertaining in the movie, which thanks to his design, personality, and manipulative nature, he stands quite high on my Disney villain ranking alongside Scar, Hades, Jafar, and King Candy as some of my favourite Disney villains of all time, with Keith David's performance carrying the character further. The voice acting in every other character, specifically in Anika Noni Rose as Tiana, sells the New Orleans setting quite well. The music is another strength the film has going for it, because even though I can't remember exactly every song from the top of my head, Down in New Orleans, Almost There, and Friends on the Other Side all stand out quite well, with the songs capturing the jazz identity, which makes The Princess and the Frog unique from other princess films, combined with Randy Newman's score, which Alan Menken not composing this is what makes it stand out from the Renaissance musicals. And even though the pacing does stick out rewatching this, I still had fun revisiting The Princess and the Frog because of its beautiful animation, enjoyable characters, strong romance, great music, and one of the best post-Renaissance Disney villains. It's not an all-time favourite for me, but it's something that lands on the successful side of the 2000s, which proves that Disney still had their touch as their first film in the revival era. This next placement might be a surprise to a few, especially since Raya and the Last Dragon managed to rank higher than it. But despite that, there is no denying that this is a film that fits in well as a part of the Disney Renaissance. And this may be the Disney film with the worst live-action remake of them all, but the original's still pretty good, and that's Mulan. One thing that stood out with Mulan is how Mulan's character progression is handled, which is similar to Hercules from the year before. Mulan's growth is shown through the movie rather than telling us through dialogue, and while this film does have a liar reveal plot, which has become cliche in animated movies in recent years, but unlike other Disney films, it works for Mulan because rather than chasing a dream to become a warrior, she is motivated by doing what's right and shows that she is willing to sacrifice everything for China and her family. The first act does take a while to get into, but when we get into the actual plot, the pacing starts to improve. But the only sequence I feel as if it didn't belong in the movie was the lake scene. But other than that, Mulan moves through quite well and keeps its focus throughout the runtime. And what makes this movie more interesting on paper, a war-themed Disney musical doesn't sound like a concept that would work, but in execution works well thanks to its comedy and serious themes, which while Raya does have a serious tone, but that focuses more on the world building, but Mulan, however, the themes of purpose and sacrifice are shown quite well, with Mulan trying to discover where she belongs in a country that expects something different from her. Visually, Mulan still has excellent animation with expressive character movements, particularly in Mushu and Cricky, and while the ancestor scenes are gorgeous thanks to the lighting effects used within these scenes, but how vibrant the climax against Shan Yu looks as well. And while the songs are not my favourite from the Disney Renaissance, they still do a great job at contributing to the story, but the song that stood out to me the most is I'll Make a Man Out of You. The cast of characters is another strength the movie has going for it, which Mulan works really well as a protagonist, since she does start off as someone who's clumsy, just like Hercules, but does grow into someone who's more capable. Is she one of Disney's strongest protagonists? Yes, but the main reason that Raya ranked higher than Mulan is mainly because I found Raya to be more personally relatable than Mulan. But I'll talk about Raya further when we get to that point in the ranking. Li Shang is not deep in character, but his chemistry with Mulan works within the story, and the soldiers are entertaining enough, but my favourite character in the movie had to be Mushu, because every scene with him is entertaining, thanks to his jokes, accidentally making things worse. Unlike Sisu in Raya and the Last Dragon, he manages to keep the tone in place without undercutting anything. And Eddie Murphy does deliver a great performance as Mushu as well, to the point I thought I was watching Shrek at some parts. My biggest issue in the character department had to be Shan Yu, because while he is threatening whenever he appears, he's barely in the movie, which, yes, the film does do a great job at showing him as a threat, but if we compare him to Scar, Hades, Jafar, or Dr. Facilier, or even King Candy, he lacks the development that I come to expect from a Disney villain. The voice acting was excellent, with Ming-Na Wen doing a great job, not only as Mulan, but her male persona in Ping as well, while BD Wong gives Shang the serious character that he needs, and Eddie Murphy as Mushu, like I said, made me feel like I was watching Shrek. Jerry Goldsmith did do a great score for this film as well, and while Alan Menken did compose most of the Renaissance, apart from The Lion King, Tarzan, and this film, Goldsmith composed a score that gives Mulan its own identity from the rest of the Disney Renaissance. Mulan, at the end of the day, just came out as a great movie, because it has a story that is compelling, excellent animation, a well-written protagonist, memorable comedy, and a great score. But the main reason Mulan just barely missed out on the top 20 is because it's missing a few things that make them some of my all-time favorites in Disney, such as a compelling villain, with one exception in the top 10, but we'll get to that, the world building with a few exceptions, and songs that I do consider to be memorable. But even if it did miss out on the top 20, Mulan still remains an enjoyable film, and comparing it to Mulan 2020, which is the worst of the remakes, it's not even a contest. We have officially crossed into the top 20 in all of Disney. It may take a few placements to get to the films I consider to be truly amazing, but we finally made it into the best film from Disney's Silver Age, which I can officially call the King of the Swingers, The Jungle Book. One of the biggest reasons that The Jungle Book managed to work so well for me is because of its encounter-to-encounter plot, which normally that has been a structure that I'm not the biggest fan of, which earlier movies like Alice in Wonderland, which didn't give each scene enough time to breathe before jumping to the next. But The Jungle Book fixed that problem, since we have so many memorable characters to meet along the way, such as Baloo the Bear, King Louie, and Shere Khan. Here, it shows how Mowgli can grow and learn about the jungle instead of feeling disconnected like in The Sword and the Stone. The Jungle Book still has a few issues related to the pacing, which have been all over the Silver Age, which even in good movies in this era, like Peter Pan or 101 Dalmatians, still have these issues. But unlike Cinderella, which I found unfocused, or Alice in Wonderland, which tried to stuff so many ideas into a short runtime to the point where I couldn't have a break between scenes, but The Jungle Book was probably more satisfying than those movies. Visually, this is easily one of the best looking films in this era, since the animation is expressive for a movie that released in 1967, which Mowgli's movement has so much personality, with each animal moving in its own way, with the jungle feeling alive with the well-painted backgrounds, and apart from one sequence that does look clunky, the entire movie moves quite well. The characters are another major strength, since a majority of the supporting characters don't go through a lot of development, which they don't need to, since they are memorable because of their personalities, with Baloo being likable, King Louie stealing every scene with him in it, and together they provide some of the most fun characters to have come out of Disney pre-Renaissance. But the only weak spot here is Shere Khan, since he is threatening whenever he appears, but he doesn't really get enough time on screen to consider him a favourite Disney villain of mine. The voice acting is strong, but I couldn't help hearing Thomas O'Malley every time Baloo spoke. For me, the only soundtrack pre-Renaissance that even compares to the Renaissance itself is the Jungle Book soundtrack. Since The Bare Necessities is a classic, I Wanna Be Like You is just so much fun, and The King of the Swingers all make for a great soundtrack, and the orchestral score helps in that department as well. Looking back at the whole marathon, one thing that really surprised me is that the final animated film with Walt Disney's involvement ended up being the best film to have released during the Silver Age. No, I do not think it's on the same level as The Lion King or anything in my top 10, but that doesn't stop it from being an entertaining movie, which, thanks to its memorable characters, fun animation, and memorable music, and just an enjoyable movie overall, The Jungle Book is fun to watch from start to finish, which that marks everyone from the Silver Age, which that only leaves the Golden Age, the Bronze Age, the Disney Renaissance, the Experimental Era, and the Revival Era left to complete now. This placement is going to be quite a shock to quite a few people, since if you have followed me for quite a while now, I did say in my 2020s ranking that I liked this film, so seeing it miss out on the top 10 might seem lower than others initially expected. Right, the thing is, this isn't because I disliked the movie, which I did like it. It did have a few flaws that actually held it back from top 10, and barely making it into the top 20. And the main reason it made it to 19 and not the top 10 is because even though I both cried and had fun with it, the lack of plot is what held it back. And I only consider 3 Disney films in the 2020s to be great, and this is the first one to have landed on the list, and that is Encanto. The story in Encanto is not plot heavy, but where this movie stands is because of its emotional core. The first act does take a while to get going, and there are scenes that don't do much for the plot, which does have an impact on the pacing, but the movie never needed something like a traditional villain to function. The conflict is driven by the struggles of each Madrigal family member. The expectations of Mirabel is put under, and how things can be misunderstood, which does pay off in the end. Abuela's flashback is still one of the most emotional moments in Disney in the past 10 years, and seeing Pedro sacrifice himself was a hard hitter on the rewatch, since this was actually a scene that made me cry. The writing in the film was good, especially with how it communicates the mood of each scene through the songs, which helps me understand the perspective of each character. The humour does work well thanks to Camilo's shape-shifting gift and Bruno's personality. And while the ending does feel rushed, the emotional payoff is earned because of how the Madrigal family is developed throughout the movie. Visually, Encanto is stunning, with Casa Madrigal having an expressive setting thanks to the way the house moves and interacts with the Madrigal family, with the colourful environments, the room designs, the vibrant animation, and the musical sequences, which do feel like they come from Muscat and Clements, but surprisingly it's not, and it still makes Encanto fun to watch. The musical numbers in the movie are strong, like Surface Pressure, The Family Madrigal, We Don't Talk About Bruno, What Else Can I Do? But the only real outlier of the entire soundtrack is probably the last song in the movie. The pacing is not perfect, given how long the first act can get and how rushed the final act feels, which the editing does do a good job at transitioning between moments, and Mirabel is a fun protagonist to watch, but not personal like Raya or Hero. Bruno ended up being the best character in the movie thanks to his personality, and Abuela's development surprised me with the show don't tell style presentation, and the voice acting in the film was still strong, especially with Stephanie Beatrice, Maria Cecilio Botero, and John Leguizamo all delivering great performances. Encanto may not have had its chance in the top 10 because of its lighter story and has a few pacing issues, but it's still great thanks to its emotional core, heart, and gorgeous animation, as well as featuring one of the best soundtracks in the 2020s besides K-pop Demon Hunters. Now we have made it to the second member of the underrated six, and this is one prime example of Disney coming out with a great movie that somehow bombed at the box office on release and doesn't get the wider recognition that it deserves. And thanks to taking a great twist on the Treasure Island story and making it sci-fi inspired, Treasure Planet is definitely a film that needs more recognition than it actually gets. Like I said, I loved how they took Treasure Island and reimagined it into a sci-fi movie, which honestly, Disney should really take more twists on iconic stories given how well this film was executed, with Jim Hawkins' coming-of-age arc is satisfying since he starts out as someone who's rebellious and gets himself into trouble before becoming someone responsible towards the end of the movie, and his relationship with John Silver selling the core of the film. Even though he has not always been kind to Jim, you do see their bond grow as the movie progresses. If I had to criticize one thing with the plot, it had to be the pacing, since the first half is spent traveling to Treasure Planet, while almost the entire second half takes place on the planet itself, which I think the pacing could have been a lot better if they arrived around the 1 hour mark, in which allows only the final act to take place on Treasure Planet and not the entire back half of the movie. One thing Treasure Planet did not get enough credit for is its writing, with fantastic world building to contribute it, as well with how they blend in pirates and futuristic technology together does make for something that stands out from other Disney films and is exactly the kind of world I was looking for in Strange World, but unfortunately faltered in execution. Jim's escape plan in the climax is what puts his growth to the test, showing that he is willing to take risks and think outside of the box to solve the problem. The dialogue is enjoyable, especially in Ben, and while some other Disney films did its themes more effectively, like Big Hero 6, The Lion King, Encanto, or Raya and the Last Dragon, Treasure Planet still delivers on those themes quite well. Visually, the film looks outstanding since the combination of 2D animation and CGI still looks breathtaking to this day, with the ships, planets, and spaceports all reaching their full potential and making this one of the most ambitious worlds we've had in Disney. The solar surfing sequence is exciting, Morph has expressive animation, and Ben's personality makes every scene with him in it entertaining, and to complement that, the action scenes are still easy to follow. The characters are also another thing that holds the movie together, since while Jim may not be as personally relatable as other protagonists like Hero, Raya, or Judy Hopps, he still has a compelling arc that makes him so satisfying to watch. John Silver is fascinating thanks because he is torn between personal greed and growing attachment to Jim Hawkins, which his decision to abandon the treasure to save Jim clearly shows how well he grew as a character. Morph and Ben have to be the best supporting characters in the movie thanks to their personalities, and while everyone else may not receive as much development, they still serve their roles in the plot well. The voice acting is strong as well, thanks to John Silver's performance, which does sell the character well, and Martin Short stealing the show as Ben, delivering one of the funniest performances in this era of Disney specifically, besides Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove. Then there's the score, which James Newton Howard delivered another excellent score, which is to be expected from him. Even in his weaker Disney works like Dinosaur, the orchestral music and rock instrumentation all reflect on Jim as a character quite well, and embraces the tone of the film quite well, which the original songs written for the montage sequences still fit without feeling dated. And while I don't revisit the soundtrack as much as I do Big Hero 6, Moana, Raya and the Last Dragon, or Wreck-It Ralph, it's still a strong score. Treasure Planet may not quite make it past Atlantis: The Lost Empire, because Atlantis does have stronger pacing, but Treasure Planet is one that deserves to be widely recognized among the Disney community, which it does succeed in areas where Strange World could not, thanks to its world building, memorable characters, and an excellent score. Movies like Treasure Planet are why I'm glad I've done the marathon in the first place, because I wouldn't have discovered how underrated some of these films are otherwise. Now we have made it to one of the most important films in Disney's history that makes all of the wartime anthology films look like slop, which, yeah, not all of them are, but this was the last film I ended up watching for the entire Disney canon marathon, and that is Fantasia, a real piece of art that needs to be experienced by everyone at some point in their lives. Going into Fantasia, I already knew that this was something special. Hence why I didn't watch this film until last, as this was something leagues above all the wartime package films combined. And that's what I got out of it. Forget all the AI-generated slop that you see flooding social media and go and watch Fantasia instead, because this is what real art looks like. And because this is one of Disney's most important movies, I understand why after watching it. Before this marathon, The Sorcerer's Apprentice was the only segment I have watched, through Fantasia 2000 that is, which everything else here was completely new to me. And what surprised me is how this was the strongest experience I had during the gold age of Disney as well, because Fantasia never relied on endless slapstick or filler to actually make it entertaining. And even with its pacing issues, every segment feels like it has a reason to be here, whilst the package films just existed to keep Disney afloat during World War II. The opening does take a while to get through with the orchestra silhouettes, but when the music and the animations start to complement each other, the film finally starts to come to life, with the Nutcracker Suite becoming one of my favourite segments in Fantasia thanks to its visual variety, and the Snowflake Fairies having one of the best visual touches in the entire movie. And then The Sorcerer's Apprentice is still a Disney classic, and for me, is the strongest segment in the whole movie. And seeing its original context does make me understand how this is the most iconic thing to have come out of Disney's earlier works. The dinosaur segment was probably my least favourite in the movie, because while I did appreciate the scientific style of storytelling, it felt slower compared to everything else, But if I can say one thing for now, this segment probably has more artistic soul than the entirety of Dinosaur 2000. One thing that I really appreciated was how Dean Taylor's introductions to each segment and the intermission did help with the pacing a lot, since those moments actually gave me time to breathe between each segment and prevented it from becoming exhausting like Make My Music or Fun and Fancy Free. Even with Pastoral Symphony being one of the worst segments in Fantasia, was entertaining enough despite being a foreshadowing to what Disney would make decades later. Dance of the Hours was fun with all of the animals performing together, but Night on Bald Mountain was a phenomenal finale, not only to Fantasia, but to the Disney canon marathon as a whole, which made for one of the most memorable endings in Disney history. For a film released in 1940, the animation is excellent, with each segment having an identity of its own, and the way the animation reacts to the music makes each segment feel alive. Especially the Nutcracker Suite, which is the best looking segment visually, while the Dinosaur segment looks the weakest thanks to its colour palette. Fantasia isn't just a movie, it's an experience. A work of art, something we don't see in cinema anymore, which while watching it at home was special, but seeing Fantasia in a theatre with a live orchestra playing over the movie would be such a phenomenal experience, and one film in concert I would definitely go and watch immediately. And while it does miss out on the top 10 since it doesn't have character-driven storytelling I like to see in other Disney movies, it managed to secure the top 20 and only missing the top quarter by one movie. I don't let how iconic a movie is or how important it is in Disney's history influence where I rank each movie, which quality is the main thing I prioritize in this ranking. But I can't deny that Fantasia was a game changer for cinema, even as the last film I watched for the marathon. Now, we made it to the third member of the underrated six, because there are so many Disney films I can call underrated, but there are times that these films can still be talked about by regular Disney fans. This next film feels a lot different since it did come from one of the roughest created periods in Disney's history, with some of their most divisive works. And because of that, this one often gets overlooked whenever people look back at some of Disney's best movies. And as a kid, I just thought it was good, but revisiting it as an adult, it entirely changed how I see this movie. Not only did it manage to hold up well for the marathon, it ended up becoming one of the biggest surprises within it, and that is Meet the Robinsons. Out of the three Disney films from my childhood that are considered forgotten, like Chicken Little, Meet the Robinsons, and Bolt, Meet the Robinsons is easily the best of the trio. But the main thing that really surprised me with Meet the Robinsons on rewatch had to be the presentation of its time travel story, since the first 20 minutes do a great job at presenting our main character in Lewis, but also setting up the events that are to come throughout. And how time travel works in Meet the Robinsons was well written, especially in what happened to the main villain, but also how he managed to change the future by stealing the machine that Lewis invented for the science fair. The overall emotional core of Meet the Robinsons is what makes Lewis an engaging and relatable protagonist, even if he doesn't relate to my life. The only major issue I have with the plot is the second act. From the point Lewis and Wilbur reach the Robinson house to the point that bowler hat guy takes Lewis does feel like filler, but the first and third acts of the movie are presented quite well. The writing in Meet the Robinsons was great, presenting a wide variety of moments to enjoy within its comedy, world building, and emotional moments. The movie does have a strong message of keep moving forward, which isn't there for the sake of having a motto, because it feels earned throughout Lewis's character arc. The animation holds up really well, especially when comparing it to the film prior in Chicken Little, thanks to the better lighting, creative environments, and charming character designs. The futuristic city of Todayland feels unique, and the technology manages to stand out from other sci-fi movies, and the chaotic visuals are what give the Robinson household a lot of personality. And while a few shots, such as the dinosaur chase, do look slightly choppy on the revisit, this movie easily looks better than both Chicken Little and Dinosaur. The characters probably had to be the one area of the movie where it stands out, since Lewis is compelling thanks to his desire to understand why his mother abandoned him as a baby, with his decision to let go of the past and keep moving forward, making for a compelling character arc. Wilbur is fun, even though he doesn't get an awful lot of character development like Lewis does. Bowler Hat Guy is one of the most underrated villains in Disney, as his arc is surprisingly tragic, with a motivation that makes sense, and the voice acting is great thanks to Steven Anderson doing a great job as Bowler Hat Guy. And while the score by Danny Elfman does a great job as selling the movie overall, rewatching Meet the Robinsons for the first time in years, I was shocked by how better it was than as a kid, where I just simply thought it was good. But as an adult, I can appreciate how its story and themes pay off a lot more, but it just about misses out on the top 15 thanks to its filler second act and the slower third act. But Meet the Robinsons is a Disney film that deserves more recognition than it actually gets, not just by the general public, but Disney themselves as well. And that reveals the third member of the underrated six, and there are 3 members left to reveal. Speaking of which, now approaching the 4th member of the underrated six. Even I was surprised that I enjoyed it as much as I did, which I did hear going in that this was an underrated gem, which in an era with the Black Cauldron and Oliver and Company, sure, I wasn't going to believe them, right? Well, the Bronze Age only had one amazing film in it, and this was it. And we have crossed the 9 out of 10 zone officially. Some of the best offerings in Disney. And while the 10 out of 10s are still a stretch away, these are still some amazing films that deserve to be checked out. And this one, just crossing its 40th anniversary, The Great Mouse Detective is one of the most overlooked Disney movies in the entire Disney canon, even to Disney themselves. I always enjoy detective stories because they are the one type of story that keeps me in start to finish, with the characters solving a mystery, and The Great Mouse Detective does deliver on that. The mystery that Basil and Dawson have to solve is well written, with new clues keeping the story moving. One of my favourite scenes to watch had to be the toy shop scene and the final battle inside Big Ben, which is one of the most satisfying climaxes in this era of Disney. One thing I wasn't expecting with The Great Mouse Detective is how clever its world building is, especially with how the mice inhabit Victorian London, which is clever with the human objects becoming a part of their world, which is a simple idea at first, but is executed in a way that makes it so compelling. For a film released in 1986, the animation holds up exceptionally well, especially with the character animation in the characters like Ratigan, and while I did notice that the outlines are thicker in certain scenes, it's a minor complaint. The use of CG during the Big Ben climax was ambitious for 1986, and the moving gears make this one of the most exciting action climaxes before the Disney Renaissance. The pacing was excellent, which coming off the Black Cauldron the year prior, which I really felt the runtime there, and I wanted it to be over so bad. But The Great Mouse Detective was the opposite, because I was heavily invested in the mystery that I never thought how long was actually left in the movie when watching this. And everything manages to move at the right speed without dragging for too long or rushing its way to the climax. The characters were another strength for me, since Basil is one of the smartest protagonists in this era of Disney. Which is funny, because the year prior, you had an entire ensemble of low IQ idiots in the Black Cauldron, and now you jump from a dumb protagonist to a smart one in the span of a year, which I hardly ever hear people talk about Basil when looking at different Disney protagonists. Dawson does start off as clumsy, but he does grow to someone who learns from his mistakes as the movie progresses. Olivia is someone who is determined to find her father, which does give the movie both motivation and a way to drive the plot, while Toby the dog, whenever he's on screen, is fun, despite the fact he doesn't talk. But the standout character of The Great Mouse Detective had to be Ratigan, which every scene he is in is entertaining, and whenever he is called a rat, the way he reacts is just funny. And this is one of the Disney villains pre-Renaissance with the most personality here. When people talk about Disney villains, I don't hear a lot of people talk about how good of a villain Ratigan is, which is criminal. The voice acting in the movie is strong throughout, especially in Basil and Ratigan, who have some of the greatest performances from their specific actors, who do have some great performances from their specific actors, adding personality to their characters, with Henry Mancini's score deserving more recognition as well. And even though I'm not familiar with his other works, his music does complement Victorian London quite well, while Ratigan's musical number is easily the best musical component in the movie. Considering that this was released in what many people consider to be one of the worst decades in Disney's catalogue, The Great Mouse Detective does prove that Disney can still come out with something amazing in between two movies. One awful, the other mediocre. And considering we went from a big critical and commercial failure in The Black Cauldron the year before, taking a giant leap in quality from that film to The Great Mouse Detective is a miracle, thanks to its excellent pacing, memorable characters, and a fantastic villain in Ratigan. But unlike Bolt and Meet the Robinsons, which I did watch prior to the marathon, The Great Mouse Detective I only watched for the first time for this marathon, which if you hadn't seen The Great Mouse Detective yet, I definitely recommend giving it a watch. Do you trust me when I say that both the Renaissance and Revival eras had 5 films in the top 15 each? Because if you do believe me, then let's fly to this next film, which definitely deserved to be up here as one of the best Renaissance films, which, although it's not in the top 10 because of a few pacing issues, this one took me to a whole new world, with one legendary vocal performance, an iconic soundtrack, and an overall clever film to begin with. Oh, okay, I've been stalling for too long, but now let's sing the song to reveal who this film is. Prince Ali, fabulous he, maybe to 14th. It's Aladdin. You could already guess that. Aladdin does tell a strong story of how someone can grow from a street rat who has a dream of living in royal life before experiencing it for himself, which the magic lamp storyline does open up for loads of creative moments, especially in the climax, which the opening does do a great job at introducing the characters and Agrabah as a setting. But the biggest issue for me was the pacing, since we don't get to meet the genie until halfway into the movie, which does make the first half feel slightly slower, but everything else does help even out the pacing. The writing in Aladdin is excellent, since it handles both the romance between Aladdin and Jasmine correctly, and the villain in Jafar as well. Because unlike other Disney romances from Ariel and Eric, as well as Cinderella and the Prince, the reason that Aladdin and Jasmine work as a couple is because Aladdin dreams of living in royalty, while Jasmine just wants to escape her princess life and being in a forced marriage that she herself does not want to be in. And even though they don't know each other for very long, their chemistry still works because their perspectives contrast pretty well, and the humour does land well too, especially in Genie thanks to his visual gags. The animation is another big compliment for me, since the character animation is expressive, especially in Genie. The effects surrounding Genie still look fantastic to this day, and the personality packed into this film makes him one of the most expressive characters in Disney. And if I had to rank my favourite characters from each Disney film, even the Disney films I dislike, surely Genie would make it pretty high. Even the earlier CGI has aged exceptionally well, such as the Cave of Wonders entrance, and the sequence with the magic carpet is still impressive, even for a film released in 1992. The characters are excellent all over, since the way Aladdin grows as a character is satisfying to watch, while Jasmine's arc complements Aladdin's perfectly because their goals are the opposite. Genie, without denial, is the best character in the movie, with all of his scenes and his performance from the late Robin Williams being one of the best in the Renaissance. And then we have Jafar, who does remain one of the most powerful in Disney once he gets his hands on the lamp. And the way the final battle is resolved is satisfying, because Aladdin cleverly tricks Jafar into wishing him to being a powerful genie, which results in him being trapped in the lamp, which has to be one of the smartest villain defeats in Disney, which Wish 30 years later did try that with King Magnifico, but even though I just thought that film was okay, his downfall could not compare to Jafar's. The voice acting is excellent, which we all know that Robin Williams had the best performance in the movie, while Jonathan Freeman does deliver a great performance as Jafar as well, with Scott Weinger and Linda Larkin doing great jobs as Aladdin and Jasmine, with Gilbert Gottfried as Iago adding some extra personality in the mix. While I wouldn't say the music is evenly spread out like a few musicals in the top 10, but when we do get to the musical numbers, they absolutely deliver, which Prince Ali was excellent, but if I had to pick two songs in Aladdin to consider my favourites, it would be Friend Like Me, just because it slaps, and A Whole New World, which has to be my second favourite love song in Disney, behind I See the Light, which I can't wait to talk about it. Aladdin may have missed out on the top 10, but it's still an excellent film overall, since the story is satisfying, the characters are memorable, and the animation is gorgeous, with Genie being my favourite character from the Renaissance, and some of the strongest music behind the Lion King soundtrack, which all of this does make Aladdin my fifth favourite Renaissance film, behind The Lion King, Hercules, Beauty and the Beast, and there are Disney films that are designed for laughs, ones that that make you cry, and ones that make you wonder if it even feels like a Disney film at all. Because this next one is one of the darkest and boldest that we've seen from Disney, and surprisingly mature. And how in the name of Quasimodo is this even a Disney film? Because seriously, this does not feel like a Disney film, but it is. And The Hunchback of Notre Dame is that movie. And honestly, I saw that someone ranked The Hunchback of Notre Dame as the worst Renaissance film, and my response to that is, why? Like, what did you see in The Hunchback of Notre Dame that everyone else didn't? Because the story does tackle dark subject matter such as religious hypocrisy, genocide, and discrimination, particularly in Quasimodo, which does make for a compelling story on why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. And The Hunchback of Notre Dame does handle that surprisingly well. And even if Hunchback doesn't take a fairy tale resolution, the ending feels earned because it shows that Quasimodo is finally something to Paris despite how the rest of the city sees him. But my main issue with the story is how it's paced out, since it does take a bit of time for the story to kick off, since most of the first act is spent within the Notre Dame Cathedral area, and does take a while to get anywhere. And the balance between symbolism and the character-driven plot does work so well. And yes, even if this is the most serious in the Renaissance era, the gargoyles still add a bit of comic relief in there, which I do come to expect from other Disney movies, and they were enjoyable to watch as well. The visual effects in it were great, especially with the integration of a few CGI elements, such as the scale of Paris and the Notre Dame Cathedral, as well as making a few action scenes pop out, such as Quasimodo sliding down the cathedral or swinging his way down to save Esmeralda in the climax. And I do love how expressive the character animations are, particularly in the gargoyles, and the fireplace sequence looked pretty cool, with the use of lighting contributing to an overall effective use of darker themes compared to other films that have released in the Disney Renaissance. And while Hunchback does have issues with its pacing, the editing still works, since it doesn't rapidly change the overall tone of the movie. Because when the movie portrayed a serious moment, it stayed serious until the end of that scene. Thankfully, not undermined by the gargoyles. But if I had to change something within the editing area, it would have to be the opening 20 minutes of the movie, since it does take a while to get anywhere from the start of the film. Quasimodo does function quite well as one of Disney's most tragic protagonists, and yes, while I have seen this in Tangled with Rapunzel before, the reason Quasimodo's character arc worked so well was because of how he believed that Frollo took him in when his mother abandoned him, but realized the harsh reality in the final battle. And while this doesn't relate to me personally, I can see this being relatable for some. Esmeralda's witchcraft skill set was fun to watch, and even if Hunchback didn't go into the love story like most Renaissance Disney films did, she still worked as an interesting wife character. Phoebus was a bit generic, since he wasn't given that much background, but his transition from helping Frollo to helping Quasimodo does add something which spares him from being a bad character. But Frollo, on the other hand, I already heard he was a great villain going in, but now, thinking about him more, he's joined the leagues. He's up there with King Candy, Scar, Jafar, and Hades as one of my favourite villains in Disney. All thanks to his manipulative nature, by making Quasimodo believe that his mother abandoned him for most of his life and keeping him locked away in the Notre Dame Cathedral for most of his life. And the fact that he got away with attempted murder, that is insane for a 1996 movie. And Tony Jay's performance as Frollo was one of the strongest in the movie thanks to his menacing line delivery and dealing with the conflict around him as the film progresses. It really sells his performance for me, with Tom Hulce also doing a good job as Quasimodo, but the other performances, particularly in Esmeralda and Phoebus, didn't really sell me that much. Hunchback was not afraid to have a wide variety of musical styles throughout the film, not just within its score, but in the songs as well, such as Gothic, French, and the traditional musical style you would hear from Disney. And while I couldn't remember every song in the movie from the back of my head, the villain song in Hellfire makes me miss the era of Disney where the villain songs were literally ripped out of musical theatre. And to be honest, I had never seen The Hunchback of Notre Dame until visiting it for this marathon, and I can definitely say, apart from the pacing issues, was a great movie. It has a well-executed story, excellent animation, a menacing villain in Frollo, and while the songs I don't remember from the back of my head, they still function well into the story. I wasn't expecting it to be as dark as it was, but they pulled it off quite well. And because of the way The Hunchback of Notre Dame turned out, it was surely perfect as one movie, and should never get a no, that doesn't exist! But yes, Hunchback was great. Now, we're on to the fifth member of the underrated six. And this next movie is one that annoys me with how critics received this movie, because somehow this film sits with a Rotten Tomatoes score of 48%, while Dinosaur has a higher rating on the tomato meter. And I don't know how you can even manage that, because out of every film in the top quarter, this is the only with a rotten rating. Because even before watching this movie, I heard people say that this is one of Disney's most underrated, but I never grew up on this movie, so I didn't technically have nostalgia for it. And as someone who watched it for the first time for this marathon, I was expecting it to just be decent. But this was one of my biggest surprises in the entire marathon, with fantastic world building, fun characters, and the corner that Disney doesn't get into enough, and that is Atlantis, the Lost Empire. I was invested with this film throughout its entire runtime, thanks to one thing: its world building. If you followed this ranking, I love world building in pretty much any form of media, which is the one thing I look for in a Disney film. And even those that are not heavy on it can still make it this far on the list. But Atlantis, the Lost Empire does deliver on the world building department, as the story does involve a mystery surrounding the lost city of Atlantis, and the expedition to find the city, as well as the culture, makes the story compelling to watch throughout. And this is a more serious film than what Disney usually puts out, even with room for humor in characters like Mole. Milo and Kida do have heartfelt chemistry, specifically in the scene where Kida introduces Milo to Atlantis and the history of the lost city. The pacing is nearly spot on, with the campfire scene not really adding much to the story. The visuals in Atlantis look incredible, nearly 25 years after release. The blend of traditional hand-drawn visuals and CGI do make for loads of breathtaking sequences that were ahead of its time, with the steampunk-inspired vehicles, the glowing technology, and how the underwater city in design all make Atlantis unique from other Disney films. The lighting is gorgeous, especially once we get to Atlantis itself. The characters are another big compliment for me, since Milo is an easy protagonist to root for thanks to his determination on his mission, while Kida does play a big role in the world building, with other characters such as Audrey, Dr. Sweet, Cookie, Preston Whitmore, and Mole were all fun to watch with distinct personalities, which all make the movie still fun to watch despite being serious in tone. The voice acting is strong all around, with my personal standouts coming from Michael J. Fox, Cree Summer, James Garner, and Jim Varney. And even though Varney did pass away during the production, the transition to a replacement actor is handled so well, it's difficult to even tell that someone else was in his place after his death. And the score by James Newton Howard is another massive strength for me, which I did already enjoy his work in Raya and the Last Dragon. I was not disappointed with his work here, with orchestral themes, vocals that add to the atmosphere, and a sense of scale that sells the stakes of the movie. Before I did this marathon, I had never seen Atlantis: The Lost Empire, but after watching it for the first time, I get why people defend this movie, because just like The Great Mouse Detective, this was generally an amazing movie that somehow had a lower Rotten Tomatoes score than Dinosaur, despite Atlantis being the better movie. And Atlantis does prove that Disney are capable of doing something memorable despite not being acknowledged by the wider public. And it's one of the most underrated films from Walt Disney Animation Studios, and the second to last member of the underrated 6. And with 5 members now revealed, we only have 1 member left. Going into this marathon, there were a few movies I knew were going to be in the top 15, and a few that wouldn't just find their way in despite only watching them for the first time for this marathon. And there were sequels I wasn't sure about. Disney sequels have been slightly mixed in results, with some being mediocre, some being okay, and some being decent. But this one actually did something that expanded on the original film. So when this one was originally announced, I was interested to see what this one would do. But I was not expecting it to be as good as it was. And I didn't think the most recent movie from Walt Disney Animation Studios would actually make it this far on the list. But it did. Because it was fun and is a worthy continuation on the list. And isn't an entire whole number out of 10 from its predecessor, and just about missing out on the top 10, and that is Zootopia 2. The story in Zootopia 2 does follow the fugitive on the run plot, which does feel cliche on pen and paper, but in execution is what makes it stand out from the other films that use that plot. Instead of being about escaping the ZPD, the story does involve Nick and Judy solving a larger case involving the reptile population that disappeared from Zootopia 100 years ago. This sense of mystery does give Zootopia 2 a strong backbone and plays as if it feels like a detective story, which I have enjoyed a lot in Disney, which is why The Great Mouse Detective and the original Zootopia, which is a few spaces away, ranked this high for me, because I generally love detective stories. The writing is some of the strongest post Encanto, with lots of jokes really landing well for me, especially watching this in the cinema where the audience did react to a lot of the jokes. The case itself is well organized, and I was always curious to where the case was going to lead us to next, with the world being expanded in a way that feels like it fits into the Zootopia world quite well, such as Marsh Market and Reptile Ravine. Visually, Zootopia 2 is just as strong as Zootopia 1, but what stands out in the sequel is how the visuals handle the reptiles, with each unique trait making for some great visual gags throughout as well. Gary the Snake moves quite well, and the reptile biology is integrated into how the reptiles live their lives, which is so cool to see, such as shedding their skin or losing their tails. Adding in new species does allow for some creative world building, such as the walrus being used as a boat, which does fit into Zootopia quite well. The pacing is solid, with the film moving nicely between investigation scenes, although things do start to slow down once Nick and Judy are separated at the honeymoon lodge, which the climax does take some time to resolve, but the climax is better fleshed out than in Zootopia 1, with more time for Porbert to be evil than Mayor Bellwether. The characters are still the strongest part of the Zootopia franchise, with Nick and Judy's dynamic feeling more developed here than it was in the first movie, with personalities that contrast really well, with humour and emotional weight to go around as well, with the new characters like Gary the Snake and Nibbles Maple Stick are fun additions to the Zootopia world as well, and are enjoyable to watch. The Linksley family work well as villains, and while not on the heights of Disney's best villains, they are still more fun to watch than the likes of King Magnifico in Wish or Narlo in Moana 2. Side characters like Flash and newbies like the Zebros do get enough time to make them memorable. The voice acting is still strong here, like it is in the first movie, with Ke Huy and Fortune Feimster standing out specifically. Michael Giacchino does bring in another exceptional score for the Zootopia franchise, with the themes we come to know from Zootopia already, as well as the stylism in there, such as the country themes of Marsh Market and the more desert-like themes for Gary the Snake. Even Zoo by Shakira ended up becoming a banger before actually watching the movie. Going into Zootopia 2, I expected a sequel that was decent but safe, but instead, I got something that has a reason to justify its existence, since it expands on the world quite well, and shows why Zootopia works so well, not just in quality, but in the box office as well, making this not only the highest grossing American-made animated movie of all time, but my second favourite Walt Disney Animation Studios release of the 2020s, and the third to have come out after Raya and Encanto that I can actually say is great. But wait, if Zootopia 2 is not number one for the 2020s decade, then who is? Now, we have officially entered the top 10 territory. The best works in all of Disney, which are up here because they all have what I look for in a Disney movie. Even the final member of the underrated 6. We are almost at the top, but before we can get there, we need to talk about 10 more movies. I can't believe we have gotten through 54 movies and only 10 more to go. This has been something that I've wanted to do my entire life, to watch every film in the Disney canon, and now here I am now, ranking them all, from worst to best. No one in the top 10 was a first time watch, as all of these I had seen prior to the marathon. And number 10 goes to A Tale as Old as Time, Beauty and the Beast. I was invested in this movie from start to finish. Even with one minor pacing issue in the first act, Beauty and the Beast does manage to deliver one of the strongest romance stories in all of Disney. Even there are moments that do seem like filler at first, but are used to develop Belle and Beast as a couple, which does make their chemistry feel believable. And the way that Gaston is jealous of Belle also does provide a compelling motivation for him in the climax, which is a fun climax as well. The curse that was put on Beast is my favourite execution of the romance-driven story in Disney, because it tells the message of love being about who someone truly is, not by what they look like, which Princess and the Frog does explore that idea as well, but Beauty and the Beast does execute it a lot better. Belle does start off as someone who's scared of Beast, but the more time they spend together, the fear does turn into trust, which makes the romance so satisfying to watch. The writing is excellent throughout, and I can admit after watching it that after one meme going viral did make me cringe, but it is not at the fault of the writers. And this is when Gaston says he wants to have 6 or 7 children, which has become a meme over the past year. And I get it. This movie came out in 1991, and I don't want to think that a meme would make this one quote age pretty oddly. Beauty and the Beast is visually stunning with expressive character animation, especially in Gaston, LeFou, Lumiere, and Cogsworth, and while the musical numbers are excellent, with Be Our Guest and Tale as Old as Time being in my top 10 favourite Disney songs of all time, which also contribute to my 2 favourite scenes in all of Disney history. Even the climax has loads of creative animation with the enchanted furniture fighting back against the mob, which is just so fun to watch. The characters are fantastic on both ends, and Belle is someone who stands out from earlier romances since she isn't chasing a love interest, with her rejection towards Gaston and falling for Beast, making this one of my favourite romances in Disney. Beast himself does have some great character development in him as well. Characters like Lumiere, Cogsworth, Mrs. Potts, and Chip didn't get as much development as Belle or Beast, but were still fun to watch. Gaston isn't on the same level as Scar, Hades, Jafar, or King Candy, is still a great antagonist. The voice acting is excellent as well, with the French accents selling the setting and Beast softening as his character changes throughout the movie. And then we have the soundtrack. What else do you want me to say? Alan Menken crushed it with this film, with songs such as Belle, Gaston, Be Our Guest, Tale as Old as Time, and the Mob song, all making for some memorable songs. And I don't think that Beauty and the Beast has had a single weak song in it, which does make this soundtrack strong overall. And Beauty and the Beast may not have made it on the heights of The Lion King, but it's still an exceptional film, which it managed to succeed in areas Pocahontas failed, such as delivering an excellent romance arc, gorgeous animation, and a soundtrack that feels timeless. And apart from the first act being slightly slower, Beauty and the Beast does come close to being perfect. This next movie was one I hadn't watched in a long time, even longer than Chicken Little, Meet the Robinsons, or Bolt. But revisiting it here, this one has what I look for in a Disney film. Memorable characters, a unique identity of its own, and moments that latch on even after watching it. But this film definitely had the guts to go the distance on the rewatch, and that is Hercules. Hercules was a Disney film I hadn't watched since I was little, but I really enjoyed myself revisiting it all these years later. The story works exceptionally well for me, blending in Greek mythology with modern pop culture, as well as some Las Vegas style elements, which on paper, this doesn't sound like something that should even work. But unlike Shark Tale, a movie I still need to rewatch, Hercules did manage to pull that off quite well. There are also a few ideas within the story that do remind me of later Disney films, such as Hercules being separated from his parents, reminding me a lot of Tangled, and Hercules sacrificing his powers to save Megara, reminding me a lot of Moana 2, which I don't know if it was intentional, but these ideas transferring to later Disney films could either turn out better like Tangled, or worse like Moana 2. I also just forgot how overall funny of a movie Hercules is, since characters like Phil, Hades, and the 2 henchmen in Pain and Panic all steal the show whenever they're on screen, which their comedic timing all works so well, and the humour does not take away from the emotional moments, which the big problem with eventually remaking Hercules is getting the comedic timing right. Visually, Hercules looks phenomenal, which the expressive animation, especially in Hades, would be something that a potential live-action remake wouldn't be able to get right. The glowing effects around the gods help with the visual contrast between the gods at Mount Olympus and the mortals below the mountain. And while the action scenes do have so much energy, even the use of early CGI during the Hydra fight still looks impressive for 1997. The pacing is another big compliment for me, since I didn't feel bored at any point in the movie, since there was always one scene I would always find entertaining around the corner. But if I had to point out one issue with the pacing, it had to be the climax going slightly longer than it needed to be, which, after the final battle on Mount Olympus, Hercules then does travel to the underworld to save Meg, which is satisfying but does drag on quite a bit. The characters are enjoyable throughout as well, with Hercules starting off as someone who struggles to fit in before growing into someone who went from zero to hero, making for a satisfying character arc. Megara was fun to watch, since earlier on she works for Hades and manipulating Hercules, but slowly learns to trust others, which makes her relationship with Herc feel earned. The supporting cast in Phil was hilarious. Pain and Panic work off each other exceptionally well, and Hades is easily a top tier Disney villain for me, with James Woods providing a performance that gives him so much personality. And the Muses were fun to watch as well, since they moved the story through quite nicely, because they had so many memorable musical numbers in the film. And honestly, I don't think Hercules had a single character I disliked. The voice acting was excellent, with Danny DeVito as Phil and James Woods as Hades, which helped deliver the two best performances in the entire movie. Musically, Hercules stands out from the rest of the Renaissance because of its gospel-style soundtrack, which does give the movie an identity of its own, such as songs like Zero to Hero, Go the Distance, and I Won't Say are among some of the best songs in this era of Disney, which Alan Menken once again delivers a fantastic score that captures Hercules as a movie quite well. Hercules is one of those films that honestly deserved a stronger reputation from the critics, that it did receive a good Rotten Tomatoes score at 83% as of the writing of this video, but because of its compelling animation, memorable characters, and amazing story, and one of the best Disney villains, which it may not be enough to pull off top 5, but top 10 will do for Hercules. Now we have made it to the final member of the underrated 6. As we've gotten closer to the top of the ranking, there is one Disney movie I found myself defending more than anyone else. And I told people online that I love this movie, and they always told me it was mediocre or a downgrade from the Disney film that was supposed to release in its place, which, in this case, Gigantic was supposed to be the Disney movie that was releasing in its place before Gigantic was cancelled and replaced with this film. Every Disney fan does seem to have that one movie they heavily defend, and for me, this is mine. Even after watching this 8 times since its release, my opinion has not changed, and I was initially gonna leave this film out of the marathon entirely, since I knew my opinion was not going to change, but I still did anyway, just because I wanted to see how this one compared to everything that ranked ahead of it. And this reminded me more why this movie connected with me to begin with. And that is the final member of the underrated 6, the outlaw Raya and the Last Dragon. I think I might have to be the biggest defender of this movie out there, but that's okay, because I still believe, after watching this 8 times, that Raya and the Last Dragon is indeed a good movie. From the beginning, Raya and the Last Dragon does an excellent job at presenting the world of Kumandra and Raya as a protagonist, which are both done effectively in the first 20 minutes, which go through how the 5 lands of Kumandra all fought over the Dragon Gem, and Raya's motivations to bring her father back from the Droon, all without rushing things. And what made it work for me even more is the theme of trust and community. I know that some people may find the message in this movie to be simple, but because it's something I can personally relate to, which around the same time Raya and the Last Dragon came out, I cut my father off, which parallels Raya and Namaari's relationship in the movie, which the scene where Namaari betrays Raya and when Chief Benja sacrificed himself all hit harder for me on the rewatch, and surprisingly almost made me cry in the first 20 minutes of the movie. With Benja throwing Raya off the bridge was surprisingly more effective rewatching it for this marathon. Not only contributed by the score by James Newton Howard, but Kelly Marie Tran's performance as Raya as well. My only overall criticism with the plot is that Namaari's redemption arc felt rushed. But outside of that, the story in Raya and the Last Dragon is one of the most overlooked in modern Disney. Not only for including one of the most intense climaxes, but the score by James Newton Howard made it anxiety-inducing. The world building is another big strength for this movie because it makes Kumandra feel lived in rather than artificial, giving each of the 5 lands its own unique identity, culture, and visual style, which, unlike other fantasy movies, every land in Kumandra feels unique from each other. The animation is exceptional, with the lighting and environments, as well as the fight choreography, and even the different creatures that live in Kumandra, like Tuk Tuk, Raya's pillbug pet, and this does help Kumandra feel more immersive than some of the other worlds we've had from Disney. The pacing was spot on, with Raya's journey across Kumandra to finally eliminate the Droon, and introduced so many new locations, characters, and threats throughout the runtime. The characters are what help the overall experience for me, since Raya had to be one of the most relatable protagonists in all of Disney, outside of Hero in Big Hero 6. Because of her trust issues, which do influence her decision making throughout the plot, and Sisu is where most of the film's humour comes from, and can be emotional at times, thanks to the relationship between Sisu and her siblings, with her belief in trusting others. I also don't view Namaari as a traditional villain, like your typical Hades, your Captain Hooks, or your Scars, but rather as a parallel to Raya, and their contrast is what makes the overall conflict of the movie more intense. The voice acting in the movie is excellent overall, particularly in Kelly Marie Tran as Raya, Gemma Chan as Namaari, and Awkwafina as Sisu, which I know a lot of people have been complaining about Awkwafina in movies lately, but the reason Awkwafina's performance works here in Raya and the Last Dragon is because she does have a chance to balance out her comedic lines with her more serious moments, like in the scenes where Sisu tells the story to Raya about how her siblings sacrificed herself for the Dragon Gem, and of course the other characters like Tong the Giant, Boone, Noi, and her Ongies, as well as Tuk Tuk. In terms of the score, James Newton Howard does deliver in one of my favourite Disney scores within the modern era, which perfectly sells each land in Kumandra, the intense action, and the more lighter moments. My opinion on this film remains unchanged from release, but Raya and the Last Dragon remains one of the most underrated films Disney have ever released, with an immersive world in Kumandra, relatable themes, a relatable and likable protagonist, and one of the most intense climaxes we've had in Disney. And the reason that my favourite Walt Disney Animation Studios film of the 2020s is not Encanto or Zootopia 2 is because Raya does things that them two films don't. It has a relatable protagonist, it takes risks, and it becomes something that doesn't feel like Disney, but it is. But with my interest of Japanese or Asian culture getting stronger over the years, I can easily say that Raya and The Last Dragon easily aligns into my heavy interest of anime and Japanese culture in recent years. The release timing of the movie couldn't have been more perfect, due to the personal events going on in my life at the time, which didn't mean much at day one, but since I just thought it was an amazing 9 out of 10 movie from there. But after rewatching it when it first released on Disney Plus, after I cut my father off, I realised that this was the film that was speaking to me. The film that released at the perfect timing. I feel as if this is a movie that hugged me, stuck by my side when I needed it the most. And most importantly, it saved my life after my father ruined it. It's not just about the quality of the movie either. It's one of the most important films of my life. Because if it wasn't for Raya, I wouldn't even be here right now. I wouldn't have that Disney character I could go to if I'm not in the best place. Because whenever I'm in distress and don't know what to do with myself, I sometimes put on this film as a way to help with my problems. Because this film shows me that I'm not alone in someone who has been backstabbed by someone they trusted. Kumandra may be a fairy tale, but how this film saved my life is the reality. And that wouldn't be true if it wasn't for Raya and the Last Dragon, the movie that made me take my first step after my world was broken because I didn't trust anyone. Big Hero 6 may have been important because it shaped who I am as a person, not only because I used to feel lost without a purpose in society, and also formed my interest in Japanese culture and anime, while Raya and the Last Dragon became important for saving my life because of its relatable protagonist and the message of trusting others. I will never accept this as one of Disney's most divisive films because there is so much to enjoy here, and I'm just the one person who is heavily emotionally connected to this film. So that marks all 6 members of the underrated 6. Bolt, Treasure Planet, Meet the Robinsons, The Great Mouse Detective, Atlantis, The Lost Empire, and Raya and the Last Dragon. Going in, I was not expecting this to land anywhere near the top, which I didn't think it had the guts to make it into the top 10, given it had some serious competition, like Beauty and the Beast, Hercules, Raya and the Last Dragon, as well as the 6 movies that rank above. I always remembered it as a movie that was good, would miss out on the top 10, but on rewatch, it became clear to me why this movie worked so well for so many Disney fans. And this one is my sister's favourite, believe it or not. It's one of those movies that's charming, emotional, and funny. Even knowing what the story has to offer ahead of time. I felt entertained throughout my entire sitting of this film, and by the time the credits rolled, it all flowed through the hair pretty well. And the pun may have given it away, but the film is Tangled. The reason Tangled worked so well for me on rewatch is because Rapunzel's dream to be free and Mother Gothel's goal to control her to ensure that she maintains her youth, which is what makes Tangled both simple but effective at the same time, thanks to Mother Gothel's manipulation feeling unsettling without going too far. The pacing is one thing that does work really well, since it never drags or wastes time explaining how certain things or the world works. Even in the third act, which does drop the musical numbers entirely, which has been an issue for me in Frozen on the rewatch, but is still fun to watch thanks to the prison escape scene and all of the side characters coming together to help Flynn Rider get to Rapunzel before it's too late. The lantern sequence does stand out as one of the best looking and emotionally impactful scenes in the entirety of Disney. And you know what? This individual scene deserves its reputation among Disney fans. The characters are where Tangled managed to sell its core. Rapunzel is well written, and her being curious about the world around her, and while she isn't personally relatable to my life, I can see her being relatable to quite a few, thanks to her being manipulated by Mother Gothel into believing that the world around her is selfish. Flynn Rider also works well as a secondary protagonist, with his development mainly coming from different actions and dialogue, with his chaotic chemistry with Maximus, which had to be the funniest thing in the movie. Mother Gothel stands out as an effective villain, even if her long-term plan doesn't make sense. But her manipulative dialogue and how this quote, "Enough with the lights, Rapunzel, you are not leaving this tower ever," literally sells the voice acting and Donna Murphy's performance as Mother Gothel, and her manipulative behaviour all work and make her a memorable villain. The supporting characters in Maximus, Pascal, and the thugs inside the Snuggly Duckling do add to the film's humour quite well, and I did enjoy watching those characters every time they were on screen. On the technical and musical side of things, Tangled is strong. The animation is excellent, with the use of the lighting during the lantern scene, the creative use of Rapunzel's hair, and the visual gags that make this movie compelling to watch. The expressive animations in Pascal and Maximus give them both personality and makes the scenes with them included more enjoyable to watch. Alan Menken does provide a strong score to provide why he is one of the best composers in Disney. And the soundtrack is strong with When Will My Life Begin, Mother Knows Best, and my favourite in the whole film, as well as complementing one of my 10 favourite scenes in all of Disney, I See the Light. Even if Tangled lacks songs in the final act, it still manages to keep its musical identity throughout the movie. Tangled was actually more fun and emotional than I remembered it being, but if Tangled missed out on the top 5 for 2 reasons, it had to be its pacing as a musical, which as a movie it's well paced, but as a musical, not really. And while Mother Gothel is memorable, her long-term plan in keeping Rapunzel to keep her young, not making sense. But Tangled is still an exceptional film, even if it didn't rank higher than the films above it. Going into this next film, I knew it was top 10 worthy, but I wasn't prepared for what one scene in this film would do to me. But on the rewatch, it's emotionally effective and well written, considering that this is from an era with 4 films in the bottom 10. This is one that is focused from start to finish, and does not rely on complex world building to function. Instead, this is a film that heavily commits to its character dynamics and the central message of Ohana. Or should I say, Ohana. Ohana means family, and family means nobody gets left behind. This is my family. I found it all on my own, which is broken but still good. And that is why Lilo and Stitch managed to be the #1 film of the experimental era and slipped into the top 10. The story in Lilo and Stitch is perfectly focused, especially when it comes to its themes of Ohana and the responsibilities that Nani has in looking after Lilo. And while the portrayal of family can be messy at times, family not being perfect is what makes this movie realistic. Especially when Nani is trying everything she can to keep Lilo's custody and her life together. The sci-fi elements are integrated well here and never overshadow the emotional core of the film, but instead, bringing a character like Stitch makes the message stronger. Even when comparing it to Encanto, the family chemistry hits harder here than it does there, which is why the message manages to hit harder. One of the strongest elements of Lilo and Stitch is the balance between the comedic and emotional moments. The humor is consistent, with Jumba and Pleakley being the standouts when it comes to the comedy, thanks to their personalities and human disguises, which have to be some of my favourite visual gags in Disney. And at the same time, the emotional moments got me, and I didn't see this coming, but the one scene that made me cry was the scene where Lilo and Nani are comforting each other in the hammock, which hits hard and is one of the most heartfelt scenes in the movie. Even with a few scenes I can describe as chaotic, like Stitch watching Godzilla on the TV and building his own model city for him to destroy, does add to the charm of Stitch as a character and does show him evolve throughout the movie. The pacing is stronger on rewatch than it did when I watched it to compare it to the live action remake, and the characters are what pushed Lilo and Stitch to 6th place. Lilo and Nani's relationship feels like a relationship you would see between two siblings, with a messy feeling that makes their chemistry as siblings more believable, especially since both characters struggle with loss and fear, that they might be separated if Nani doesn't make things right. Stitch's character arc is really effective since he starts off as Experiment 626, who is Jumba's destruction-driven experiment who escapes for Hawaii and evolves into a caring family member in Stitch, thanks to his bond with Lilo. The side characters are enjoyable to watch as well, especially in comic reliefs like Jumba and Pleakley, as well as Cobra Bubbles and Captain Gantu. From a technical perspective, the animation holds up well, with the watercolor backgrounds that fit the Hawaiian setting of the movie, as well as the CGI elements that, like in Atlantis, The Lost Empire and Treasure Planet, blend into the movie quite well. The score by Alan Silvestri is heartfelt and action-packed, as well, in addition to the songs originally written for this film in Hawaiian Roller Coaster Ride and Himele no Lilo. I wasn't ready for what my rewatch of Lilo and Stitch would throw at me, especially with the hammock scene, but Lilo and Stitch was a great film that, even if I hear people talk about the brand more than the movie, the original movie deserves its spotlight. And even as someone who prefers Lilo and Stitch, the original 2002 movie, to the brand, go and watch it. I wasn't ready, and neither will you. And mainly thanks to Chris Sanders and Dean DeBlois, who went on to direct How to Train Your Dragon at a later date, they actually pulled it off. Going in, I had a feeling that this would be one of Disney's strongest modern films. Considering that we've had 4 films in a 4-year span in the top 5, which, believe it or not, I wasn't expecting this to hold up as strongly well as it did on the rewatch. And since I rewatched it in November in preparation for its sequel, and the reason it made it this far is thanks to its detective story, buddy cop dynamic, and social commentary, as well as telling a story about chasing your dreams, and surprisingly, unlike other Disney films where different elements fight each other for the spotlight, not here. While other Disney movies have managed to excel in different areas, this film feels like one of the complete packages we've had from Disney, and nearly 10 years later, it still feels fresh, smart, and entertaining throughout the entire runtime. And this is probably a rare occasion that we have had 2 top tier Disney films in the same year, which in this case was 2016, and Zootopia, or Zootropolis, as known for me in the UK, is that film. The story is exceptionally organised, with the detective mystery surrounding the conflict between Predator going savage kept me in throughout the entire runtime, and the detective stories keep me in when well written. And what Walt Disney Animation Studios managed to do with The Great Mouse Detective, Zootopia 2, and now Zootopia 1 has actually proven to be the best detective story we've had in Disney as of the recording of this video. The themes of chasing your dreams, regardless of who you are, does continue to be a relatable theme in the movie, and the writing does deserve credit for how those themes are integrated into the overall narrative. The film also has an excellent balance between dark and comedic, which based on my taste in Disney is what I look for, and not once do either sides feel like they try and undercut each other, with characters like Flash providing some of the funniest scenes in the entire Disney canon. And while I was invested in the overall mystery that the film tells, it may take it 35 minutes for the case to fully kick in, but the 35 minutes do fly by pretty quickly. And with how effectively the time is used to introduce the world, characters, and setting up the story, the world building is one of the greatest strengths of Zootopia, because modern movies like Wreck-It Ralph, Big Hero 6, and Raya and the Last Dragon are some of the best examples of immersive world building that we've had from Disney in recent years. Zootopia feels like a real city that does function outside of the main plot, with every district feeling like it has an identity of its own, like Little Rodentia, Tundra Town, the Rainforest District, and Bonnyboro, with the way the city holds these animals of every shape and size is cleverly done. The animation still looks great, surpassing its 10th anniversary this year, with great lighting, expressive character animations, and character movements based on the different animal species, such as giraffes having long necks, elephants with their trunks, and even the high energy action sequences throughout the movie and the animation makes Zootopia feel more alive than animal-led movies like Chicken Little. The characters are strong and help the film make its way into the top 5. Judy Hopps has a satisfying character arc, who grows from someone who is optimistic to someone who learns that her mistakes are what help her improve as a person. Or should I say Bonnie, because it's Zootopia. Nick Wilde does start as a popsicle hustler who becomes one of the most likable characters in the movie, with his backstory selling on the emotional moments quite well. Bellwether is probably one of the weakest of the major characters in the movie, because her villain reveal does feel rushed in comparison to Scar, Hades, or Jafar, but the supporting cast, such as Chief Bogo, Clawhauser, and Flash, make up for Bellwether being underwhelming, especially Flash being one of Disney's funniest characters. The voice cast is great and contributes well to each character, such as Jennifer Goodwin as Judy Hopps, Jason Bateman as Nick Wilde, and Jenny Slate as Mayor Bellwether, delivering some of the strongest performances in the movie, with Idris Elba as Chief Bogo, Nate Torrance as Clawhauser, and Raymond S. Percy being one of the standouts in the movie. Michael Giacchino's score does complement both the emotional and action-packed scenes, which help Zootopia feel exciting to watch, as well as one of the most heartfelt and intense within some of the darker moments. Meanwhile, Try Everything does remain one of the strongest Disney songs, contributing to the central themes of self-improvement. Rewatching Zootopia reminded me that the Disney revival from 2012 to 2016, with the exception of Frozen being a 7 out of 10, was one big massive winning streak for me, thanks to its clever mystery, exceptional world building, great writing, memorable characters, stunning animation, and a soundtrack that blends into the movie quite well. And it's easy to see why this made $1 billion despite not being connected to a pre-existing franchise. And if someone asked me to pick between Zootopia and Chicken Little, Zootopia is easily the winner. There are some Disney films that you enjoy because you find them fun. Some because they're emotional, and some because they are visually impressive. And this next film does exceed in all three departments. And going into this rewatch, this one already had a special place for me, but I wasn't expecting it to hold up this well. Despite being over a decade old now, this one remains one of Disney's smartest, most creative, and a movie that is emotionally satisfying. It manages to take the concept that could be reduced to just nostalgia bait and references, but instead turns into something heartfelt. A story about finding your place, and a story about accepting who you are, and that is Wreck-It Ralph. The story is one of the strongest in Disney, thanks to Ralph's character arc with his desire to be seen as someone who is more than a bad guy in his game, which does make for a compelling arc from beginning to end. The themes of identity are handled exceptionally well, which helps make for one of Disney's most relatable protagonists. The world building has to be some of the best in any Disney movie, thanks to the secret world inside Litwack's arcade, which is also presented through the visuals, with every game having its own unique rules, physics, and vibe. And the script is consistent throughout, with a lot of funny moments, while also delivering the greatest twist villain reveal of them all, in King Candy, who is revealed to be Turbo. In case you ask Ryan Reynolds, I'm not on about you. Wasn't just surprising, but also set up throughout the film quite well, which had to be the chef's kiss of modern Disney villains. And if one moment hit me hard on rewatch, it had to be when Ralph destroyed Vanellope's cart after telling her that she can't be a racer, because it goes as far to tell us that he is trying to protect someone that he cares about. But my only overall issue with the script is the toilet humor, and that is literally it. Visually, Wreck-It Ralph is excellent, which Disney didn't just create 3 different game worlds and call it a day. They made each one unique from the others with their own unique rules and physics, such as the pixelated movement of Fix-It Felix Jr., the military vibe of Hero's Duty, and the sweet chaos of Sugar Rush, with all of these feeling unique from each other. Even the character movements feel unique, which does sell each world in Litwack's arcade. The pacing is spot on, with each scene moving quickly, with not a single scene wasting time or feeling rushed. And how the movie does transition between scenes is seamless, with even small details such as the CRT filter used to tell the story of Turbo just shows how Wreck-It Ralph is authentic to gaming culture. The characters are another reason that Wreck-It Ralph is as good as it is, with Ralph and Vanellope having strong chemistry thanks to both of their outcast backgrounds and their journeys to find acceptance in their own distinct ways, and their heartfelt friendship feels earned. Felix and Calhoun do have charm to them, while Calhoun was more complex than I initially remembered on first watch. Then we have King Candy, who remains my favourite non-Renaissance villain as of now, thanks to how entertaining he is to watch, and his excellent reveal as a twist villain. The voice acting is excellent throughout, with John C. Reilly as Wreck-It Ralph, Sarah Silverman as Vanellope, Jane Lynch as Calhoun, Jack McBrayer as Fix-It Felix, and Alan Tudyk as both King Candy and Turbo being my standout performance of the movie, with Henry Jackman's score is phenomenal here, with the score adapting to each world that the movie explores. Ever since it came out, I hadn't stopped loving Wreck-It Ralph, and perfectly reminds me why films like this remain some of my all-time favorites from Disney, even though the only element I outgrew here is the party humor. But Wreck-It Ralph checks all the boxes without desperately trying to, thanks to its excellent world building, fun characters, exceptional animation, and an outstanding score by Henry Jackman, as well as one of the smartest villains we've had in Disney. An easy lock-in for the top 5, but missed out on the podium because of the party humor. When I started this Disney kind of marathon, there were a few films I knew immediately were the ones fighting for the top spot. When movies like Wreck-It Ralph, Raya and the Last Dragon, and even Zootopia, all fighting for it, but none of these actually did make the podium. Yet, we've reached the point in the ranking where we've reached the 3 at the top, the podium of the Disney canon. And I realised there was one movie that made me fall in love with Walt Disney Animation Studios in the first place, despite not every film being on par in quality. But this is a film that manages to combine heart, action, catchy music, and a strong, inspiring core, as well as one of the strongest protagonists in all of Disney. And that is if you ignore her arc in the sequel. Every time I come back to this film, I'm reminded of why this is one of the most streamed films on Disney+. And unlike Encanto, which didn't make the top 10 at all thanks to a few flaws, this one has actually earned its place on the podium, because beneath the brand and the catchy songs is a powerful story about finding who you are and who you are meant to be. And after going through all 64 Walt Disney Animation Studios movies, only 2 managed to rank above it, and that is Moana. Moana, throughout its entire runtime, had to be one of my favourite Disney musicals. Moana's character arc is inspiring and satisfying to watch, even though I already knew the Te-Fiti twist was there rewatching this, and the story landed strongly thanks to the character arcs, and the emotional core is the strongest we've had in Disney in the past 10 years. Every major scene in the movie feels like it has a purpose to the plot, such as developing Moana further, expanding on the mythology, or going stronger with the themes of self-discovery. And apart from one joke I found outdated, the writing consists with a perfect balance between comedic and emotional moments, without either side being undercut. The scenes which involve I am Moana and Know Who You Are being not only the most powerful scenes in the entire movie, but also stands with I See the Light in Tangled in my top 10 favourite scenes in all of Disney. And even rewatching it so many times over the past decade, neither scenes have worn off. The visuals still remain one of the most stunning visual achievements of the movie, with the water effects which look exceptional and give the ocean personality. The glowing effects on Te-Fiti, the vibrant islands, or Tamatoa's cave. Each location in the movie feels memorable with gorgeous lighting and helps create the vibe that pulls you into the Polynesian islands. And while the opening act is slower than I remembered it being, the pacing quickly bounces back up when Moana leaves her island to start her voyage and doesn't ever lose momentum from there. The characters are another reason Moana made it to the podium. Moana and Maui are one of the strongest duos in Disney thanks to their differences with how their personalities clash, but how their friendship grows makes for some heartfelt moments throughout the movie. Moana's development from an island girl who is uncertain about her place on the island to a wayfinder who is confident, while Maui's development is shown through his tattoos being animated, and even the side characters like Tamatoa and the Kakamora are enjoyable to watch, despite not being on screen that much, with Ali Carvalho delivering delivering an exceptional performance as Moana thanks to her powerful vocals. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson can feel similar to some other movies he's been in, but Maui in Moana 1, that is his best role and always will be. The soundtrack is phenomenal, all thanks to Lin-Manuel Miranda, which contributes to the strongest collection of songs in a Disney film we have had in the past decade, such as How Far I'll Go, You're Welcome, We Know the Way, Shiny, I Am Moana, and Know Who You Are, all contribute to one of Disney's strongest soundtracks, which the main reason Encanto didn't have the guts making it this far is because of the plot-related issues and one weak song. But here in Moana, however, all of the songs are strong, with the score by Mark Mancina being exceptional. And there are loads of Disney films that have become popular but just came out as solid, like Frozen, which was just decent, or Encanto, which just came out as great, but neither films in quality managed to justify how popular they actually became. But Moana, however, earned its popularity thanks to its exceptional core, stunning visuals, some of the strongest characters in modern Disney, and while the live-action remake probably will suck, as I have not watched it as of the recording of this video, the original remains one of the best looking modern Disney movies, and a film that easily earned bronze, especially as the film where Disney animation in the past 10 years peaked. But wait, there are two movies that ranked higher. These are my two favorite films in all of Disney, with one playing an important part in my identity and the other being legendary for its soundtrack and the best in the Disney Renaissance. Friends, I would like to thank you all for joining me on this journey. It has been a pleasure going through 64 movies, going through their most popular, their most forgotten, their most underrated, and the slop at the bottom. We have almost reached the #1 spot on this list, but before we can get there, we have to talk about the runner-up, which, when this film is looked at on paper, it may seem like a simple coming-of-age plot, but in execution, it's far more than that, as well as evolving into something powerful, not just in the entire Disney canon, but in cinema as a whole, thanks to its themes of legacy, and especially the circle of life, which all contribute to the best film of the Disney Renaissance. And the runner-up of the whole list is The Lion King. Simba's character arc is the heart of the story, since from the beginning, he is eager to step into the role he was born to be in. But after the death of Mufasa, and Scar manipulating everyone into thinking Simba had died, the struggle that Simba had to go through of running away from your responsibility or the expectations that people have on you is relatable, even if it doesn't personally relate to me in a way that Big Hero 6 or Raya and the Last Dragon do. But it's still an arc that relates to lots of people, especially for those who try to follow the footsteps of their family or overcome the loss of a loved one or someone that is important to them. While The Lion King isn't heavily focused on the world building, this is a film that doesn't need to be, because where the film stands tall is how its writing presents its characters and conflicts, which here, every major aspect of the plot works, and nothing's wasted here. Even removing nostalgia from the movie for 1 second, the emotional scenes hit hard, as well as the scenes which include Simba's return to Pride Rock, his final fight against Scar, and when Simba speaks to the Mufasa spirit, all remain some of the most powerful scenes not just in the Disney Renaissance, but Disney in general. Scar is also the peak of Disney villains, not by his strength, but by how he manipulates others, such as Simba and every other lion in the Pride Lands, make for a believable and menacing villain, which whenever Scar is present on screen, he is the most memorable Disney protagonist. Thanks to all of this and his top tier performance, by Jeremy Irons. In terms of how The Lion King is structured, the pacing is well organised, with the first act introducing us to Pride Rock and the characters effectively, with the story allowing itself to calm down with the introduction of Timon and Pumbaa, before going back on track to something heavier, even with one minor pacing issue with the jungle scene lasting longer than it should have. It does not take away from how well The Lion King flows through its story. The characters are stacked with personality, with Simba being one of the strongest and best written protagonists in Disney, with an arc that develops as the story progresses. And even though I have already talked about Scar on his own, he is a phenomenal villain in his own right, with Timon and Pumbaa providing the comedy of the movie without undercutting the serious moments of the movie, just like Baymax and just like Sisu. They work as comic reliefs quite well. The voice acting does remain excellent throughout, with Scar having some of the greatest line delivery in a Disney movie, with lines such as "Long live the king." And the late James Earl Jones does deliver with Mufasa as well. The Lion King is on another level with its music, thanks to the powerful score by Hans Zimmer, selling each moment, and Scar's presence on screen with iconic songs such as The Circle of Life, I Just Can't Be Wait to Be King, Be Prepared, and Hakuna Matata, making the musical identity of The Lion King unforgettable. And this is one of the best musical offerings we've ever had in Disney, and not even Moana had the power to top this. When it comes to the first films that come to mind for many people when they think of Disney, some films like Pocahontas may not have deserved their wide recognition among the Disney community. But this is a widely recognized Disney film that has earned it, because this is a Disney Renaissance defying movie, thanks to the strong arc from Simba, and a film that remains a film that has held up effortlessly since its 1994 release. And this proves that even Disney films not adapting fairy tales can become as legendary as this. This is the Lion King piece of media. Not a Lion King media, the Lion King media. Because nothing else can top this. Not even the underrated Lion King 1.5. And you genuinely think that a film as exceptional as The Lion King would be the Disney canon movie to take home the crown jewel in all of Disney. But no, it's not. We have made it. The final curtain call. The top of the whole list. The one no one could have ever guessed would rank number one. Well, family members would have guessed, but this is one Disney film that has such a special place in my heart, which beat The Lion King, Moana, Wreck-It Ralph, Zootopia, Lilo and Stitch, Tangled, Raya and the Last Dragon, Hercules, and Beauty and the Beast to number one. But this is one movie I didn't think would become so important to who I am as a person until adulthood, and one that became a heavy influence towards my current interests like anime, Japanese culture, and Disney animation as a whole, which I already loved their movies prior to this one, but after seeing this in cinemas aged 11, I had a feeling that this movie was destined for greater things. It's a movie that made me laugh, it's a movie that made me cry, and it gave me a relatable protagonist, one of my favourite Disney characters, and a world that tells you everything about who I am as a person. This wasn't just my favourite of the entire marathon. This is one of the most important movies of my entire life. And no, I didn't pull off a hat trick this time and rank this number 2, because what you think is number 1 is actually number 1 this time. And my number 1 Disney movie of all time goes to Big Hero 6. Big Hero 6 is exactly everything I could want in a Disney film, because it tells a story that is heartwarming, funny, action-packed, and overall entertaining. The story is not some generic superhero story either. It's also a story about loss, learning how to move on after a life-changing event, and also finding a new purpose in society, which Hero's arc works incredibly well because it feels relatable to where I was at one point in my life. And while I haven't personally experienced losing someone close to Hero, like a sibling or a best friend, I understand the feeling of what it's like to lose one of the most important people of your life. Hero does start off as a gifted 14-year-old boy in the city of San Francisco, who does waste his potential on bot fights, but throughout the movie discovers a new purpose in responsibility, and that's what makes his arc so satisfying to watch, because he eventually learns that he doesn't need to be Tadashi to help others. He just needs to be himself, and this is the message that resonated with me and became an arc that latched onto me well. The writing in this movie is exceptional, with the world building of San Francisco feeling believable, with the technology, science, and culture, which all blend in to the setting to make it feel like a place with its own identity from other Disney movies. Every piece of technology feels as if it has a purpose within San Francisco. The humor lands quite consistently as well, with Baymax delivering some of the funniest moments. Funnier than Sisu in Raya and the Last Dragon, funnier than Phil in Hercules, and funnier than Flynn Rider and Maximus in Tangled. But what makes Baymax special is how he is one of the most heartfelt Disney characters. And even with the jokes that wouldn't normally work elsewhere, works here in Big Hero 6, such as Baymax deflating, which makes sense because it's tied to Baymax as a character. The emotional writing in Big Hero 6 is exceptional because of Baymax helping Hero process his feelings before the final battle, and showing Tadashi building Baymax was a powerful scene. And the scene where Hero yells that Tadashi is gone is the best scene in the movie, and easily a top 10 Disney scene. Visually, Big Hero 6 still looks incredible in 2026. The animation manages to ensure that the action scenes are exciting, as well as making any quieter moment work effectively as well. The way the microbots are animated, Honey Lemon's chemistry-based weapons, go-go speed effects, and every member of Big Hero 6 feels unique with their powers and how they move. It's not just the character moment. It's also San Francisco that feels alive, and vibrant neon lights, Japanese culture, and streets that make it all feel lively. The pacing in Big Hero 6 is perfect, as it takes the right amount of time to introduce Hero and Tadashi in the first act, the conflict with the microbots, and for the team to become superheroes, with the final act being some of the most exciting in all of Disney. I didn't feel like a single time that a single scene dragged, and not once do they feel like they needed more time to breathe or had too much time to breathe, with each moment feeling like they do something for the plot and the characters. The characters are excellent, with Hero being one of my favorite Disney protagonists because he grows with his experiences just like me. Baymax has to be one of my favorite Disney characters overall because he's funny, heartwarming, and inspiring. Tadashi does have an enormous impact, even with the little screen time he gets, because he shows how much his relationship to Hero matters to him. The rest of the team, like Wasabi, Honey Lemon, Go-Go, and Fred, may not have as much development as them, but their chemistry that does progress throughout the movie is what makes them fun to watch. Even Professor Callahan does work well as a villain, with his motivations being driven by losing someone he cares about. The voice acting remains exceptional, with Scott Adsit's performance as Baymax, managing to capture his funny and emotional moments. Ryan Potter does contrast well as hero to how he grows. Maya Rudolph does work as Aunt Cass, and while I don't agree with what he did in real life, TJ Miller had a fun and energetic performance as Fred. And then there's the orchestral score by Henry Jackman, which has to be one of the best scores in all of Disney. The music, such as the emotional orchestral themes, the electronic soundtracks, and the uplifting fanfare, that's what makes the score so memorable, because it fits with what's going on in the movie, and I can remember a lot about the score without even listening to it. Big Hero 6 is a movie that has never lost its personal impact to me. It held up really well on rewatch, and somehow became a film that found its meaning to me. It has everything I look for in a Disney film, such as a relatable plot, strong character growth, it's emotionally deep, the animation is excellent with phenomenal world building to go with it, and one of the best scores in all of Disney. And most importantly, it's a film that changed my life. It was one of the movies that got me more excited for what was to come from Disney the older I got. It helped me ignite my interest in anime, and beside Raya and the Last Dragon, has become one of my biggest comfort Disney films when I'm not in the best place. If someone asked me what my favourite Disney film is, it's not a contest, because after watching all 64 in the Disney canon, revisiting the classics, discovering new favourites, uncovering underrated gems, and talking about how much I defend Raya and the Last Dragon, as well as going through the slop, Big Hero 6 stands on top of all of them. Not just as my favourite Disney film, but as one of my favourite films of all time. So guys, what did you think of my ranking of all 64 Disney films? I know the entire video was 4 hours long, but with 64 films to talk about, I feel like going this long for a Disney ranking actually gave me a chance to talk about what I liked and disliked about each film. And looking back at the marathon now, I'm happy I've done this. And I would be happy to marathon another studio in the future. But the 4 studios that I want to do the most are Pixar, DreamWorks, Sony Pictures Animation, and Studio Ghibli. So, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like this video, and turn your notification bell on so you don't miss another video like this one in the future. And it may be a while until I upload another video here, but I'll see you all in November when I review Hexed. BB8 out.